That's correct?
Okay, the Vice Rector of the Lviv National Polytechnic University. So, please, go ahead. Thank you.
Honorable guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you here in the old walls of Lviv Polytechnic National University on this seminar. The topic of the seminar, European Standards and Guidelines for Quality Assurance in Practice, is extremely actual for Ukraine just now, and I'm sure that it's also important for other universities from partner countries. 2 years ago in our country, a new law on higher education has been adopted, and for the first time the existence of internal quality assurance system is the demand of national standards and is the subject for accreditation during the accreditation of educational program. That is why we need to know more as much as possible about the, first of all, European experience concerning the use of standards and guidelines for quality assurance, the experience of our colleagues from partner countries, and etc., etc., etc. As Vice Rector for International Relations, I have to say some words about this university. This is the oldest technical university in the eastern part of Europe and one of the largest and most prestigious Ukrainian universities. It consists of 16, we call them research educational institutions, something like faculties. We have more than 100 departments. We offer about 64 first cycle bachelor programs and more than 120 second cycle programs, master programs. Also, we teach PhD students in more than 100 specialties. So we are really the large university. Our student population is about 36,000 of students, and teaching staff more than 2,000 professors and teachers, and among them about 400 are full professors holding the Doctor of Science degree, and more than 1,100 are PhDs holding, as we call, Candidate of Science degree. We have about 90 research laboratories, 2 large research institutions. Our origin is technical university, but at present we are not only technical university, because we have a lot of program, non-engineering program, for example, in sociology, in social sciences, some humanities, law, journalism. We have, of course, fundamental sciences like applied mathematics, physics. We have an architectural faculty, Institute of Architecture, which is older than Lviv Polytechnic University because it has been created as a part of Ivan Franko National University. Our university has very good international cooperation. You know, we are very close to European border. That means that our location helps us to have broader cooperation, especially with our neighboring countries, with Polish, with Austria, Czechia, Slovakia, Germany, etc., etc. At present, our university has more than 100 agreements, bilateral agreements of cooperation with different universities in Europe, Africa, Latin America, Northern America, Japan, and etc. We are also active in international educational and research program. Personally, myself, I am responsible mostly for educational program. We are participating in Tempus since 1994, from the very beginning. And now we actively participate in Erasmus Plus programs. At present, we have, for example, 6 Tempus Erasmus Plus projects. We are participating in almost 20 mobility programs in CAU Online Erasmus Plus. Each year, more than 130 students are participating in double degree programs with Polish universities, German universities, Canadian university, and etc. So we are open for international cooperation, and we hope that this meeting will allow us to deepen, to broaden this cooperation. Also, more than 55 years, our university is training students for international countries. The greatest population of international students is from North Africa, from Morocco, from Egypt, from Middle East, and etc. Representatives of these countries are here. And we welcome new students from this region. I have to apologize for the a little bit unpleasant view of our walls, but you have to understand that you are in historic building, in historic room, which sometimes needs renovation, restoration. Last year we finished the restoration of these beautiful pictures, which were created more than 130 years ago by the most famous Polish painter Jan Matejko, especially for this hall. So this building from the very beginning was devoted to the university, to the technical university, and now we are renovating, we are doing restoration of our walls. We are restoring the original view, looks like that, or will look next year like that part of the wall. Or we have a special department in our Institute of Architecture dealing with restoration. So sorry for that, but I hope you will need to come back one more to our university many times, and next time our aula, main aula, will take its glory like it was more than 130 years ago. As I told, this seminar is for the first time organized in Ukraine, and we are very proud that the city of Lviv and our 2 universities, Lviv Polytechnic and Catholic University, were appointed, elected to host the seminar. We are doing as our best. We hope you feel here in Lviv happy, where it's not too bad. And I wish you good, fruitful work, new impressions, new colleagues, and please don't miss the possibility to visit our coffee shop, our small museums, our narrow streets, to see the beautiful city of Lviv. Thank you for your coming, and wish you all the best in Lviv.
Thank you very much. Now is the time to listen to Mr. Dobko, correct?
Good morning. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, on behalf of an academic community of the Ukrainian Catholic University, let me express a word of welcome and gratitude for having chosen the city of Lviv and our universities as venue for conducting this here seminar. It's great honor for us to host such an assembly of distinguished experts on higher education. Let me begin on a personal note. I must confess I like the topic of quality very much. After all, I wrote my dissertation in philosophy on happiness. And what is happiness about, if not about certain quality of life, a sort of perfection of a human life, a sort of excellence that accrues to a specifically human form of life which makes us happy. But of course, there are, on a more serious note, it will not be a surprise for you to hear that quality assurance topic is of paramount importance for countries like Ukraine. As you know, the Soviet Union disappeared from the political map 25 years ago, a long time ago. But for many years, I must say, it continued to exist, quote, on the major hemispheres of people's brain, as a prominent Ukrainian writer, Yuri Andrukhovich, put it. It took two revolutions in Ukraine, in 2004 and 2014, and the life sacrifice of Ukraine's brightest people to start finally overcoming Soviet elements and traces in cultural memory and everyday practices of common people and social elite. You know, universities were not exempt from the effects and repercussions of the Soviet legacy, which significantly impeded their potential as higher education institutions to become the vehicles of social change and cultural transition. In my opinion, the final emancipation of the Ukrainian academia from the Soviet legacy can be particularly achieved by the focus on improvement of the quality of higher education, by modernization of higher education through increasing and implementing the principles of university autonomy and accountability, by promoting solidarity of academic community for academic excellence and reduction of practices of academic dishonesty. As you see, I believe that the quality assurance is critical for making Ukraine's universities more productive, more competitive, and more sustainable institutions as well. In my opinion, one of the most powerful messages of the new edition of the standards and guidelines for quality assurance in the European higher education area is their strong endorsement of an idea, of a phenomenon of quality culture. It makes very clear that the systems of quality assurance are not ends in themselves. All systems, regulations, and processes are meant to serve for the creation of a quality culture in a higher education institution for which it bears the primary responsibility. This reminds me very much about a line from Latin poet Horace, as it is paraphrased in the old motto of the University of Pennsylvania in the States: "Laws without morals are useless." Whatever we do in terms of designing new laws and introducing new procedures in a university life will ultimately be fragile and useless unless it leads towards a profound change in the way of thinking about our relations between each other in the academic setting. This change of mind reflects and is also grounded in the paradigm shift in our system of values, in what we find attractive and disgusting, appealing and repelling, good and bad. Acknowledging and clearly emphasizing in ESG that quality assurance is geared towards a quality culture as its ideal means for me no less than a critical shift from more procedural approach to quality assurance to an approach based on the vision of academic excellence as a way of life, professional vocation, and moral commitment of academic community. If we finally succeed here in Ukraine to charge all quality assurance systems and procedures in higher education institutions with this inspiration for academic excellence and love for knowledge and truth, we will be able to overcome a culture of irresponsibility in academia which despises any appeal to one's subordination to an internalization of certain standards as wishful thinking, as utopian idealism. If we succeed, it will become a norm in Ukraine for a VIP in the academia to resign after being accused of plagiarism. If we succeed, it will be impossible for an assembly of university representatives to voluntarily vote in favor of a person accused of academic dishonesty for him to become a member of the National Agency for Quality Assurance in Higher Education. Unless we build, with the help of quality assurance, new structures of justification and support for quality, the imperative of excellence will remain a private matter of the academic conscience of an individual scholar and not of the corporate culture. I do hope that our seminar will contribute to making quality culture more appealing to our higher education institutions in countries we represent, and will provide practical tips how this culture could be built and maintained in specific circumstances of our academic institutions. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for such a deep reflection, and I hope the impact of this seminar can be really seen, not only in the higher education system, but in the spirit of the reforms of the higher education system of your country. Now it's the time to listen to our colleague Pia Hainemaki, which surname I can pronounce easily, from the Executive Agency of the European Commission. Thank you.
Dear Vice Rectors, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be here and to bring you the greetings from Brussels, from the Executive Agency of the European Commission, which is managing the Erasmus Plus program, and the activities of the HERE are part of that program, as well as we manage other programs, cooperation programs for European cooperation. I come from the unit which is responsible for capacity building, first of all, capacity building in higher education. Many of you know and are already involved in those projects, and also the activities of the HEREs, the higher education reform experts. First of all, I would like to thank very much our two host universities, the Lviv Polytechnic National University and the Ukrainian Catholic University. We are very happy that you accepted to host this event. Always when we organize events for the HEREs, we try to organize them in a university, not in a hotel or in a conference center, because it's also an occasion for the participants to see local universities and get at least a flavor of what it is like in the different countries that we visit for these events. I would also like to mention that the colleagues from your universities were very supportive in the organization and helped the Sphere team a lot, so we thank you very much for that. I would also like to thank the Ukrainian National Erasmus Plus office, because they have been very supportive and involved in organizing this event. They helped a lot, for example, in the visa procedures to make it possible for you to come. Unfortunately, it was sometimes difficult, and some people in the end didn't manage, but we are happy that so many of you are actually here. So welcome and thank you for coming. It should also be mentioned, as we try to organize these events for the HEREs every time a bit in different countries, so this is the first time that we organize a HERE event in Ukraine. And also it feels that the topic of the event was particularly suitable for the country, because as you heard from the previous speakers, Ukraine is in a phase of establishing its National Quality Assurance Agency, and has already passed a law which puts into place different measures for quality assurance. So it was a good combination of topic and host country. In general, it can also be said that quality assurance is more and more important as a topic in your countries overall, not only in the Bologna countries, but also the non-signatory countries who often follow the examples of what is happening in Bologna. We can see quality assurance in many of the former Tempus projects already, also in the capacity building projects, also in the technical assistance missions that we organize, where we organize events in your countries. Quality assurance has been demanded as one of the topics. And even when we did the needs assessment, when we started with the new HERE activities in 2015, quality assurance came out also as one of your wishes for organizing events on this topic. In this context, I would also like to mention that in the seminar we will highlight, on the one hand, the role of students in quality assurance, and I'm very happy that the National Erasmus Plus offices followed our advice to try to nominate also student HEREs to participate in this event. And I think in total we have 6 student experts who are here today from Belarus, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Ukraine, Jordan, and Moldova. So it's a very nice spread, and we will have a special session in the program also on the role of students. So it was important to have the voice of the students there as well. As general, I think we always repeat this, but it's important for you at the start of the event to think that this is not only a training for you, but it's also, even more importantly, maybe an occasion to share information and share experiences with people from the other partner countries. So I hope that you make the most of this opportunity to learn from each other and to tell each other about what's happening in your countries, because that's how you get ideas, you get advice, and you realize maybe you have some common challenges as well. What is also important is that after, when you return to your countries, you try to disseminate what you have learned here today to other actors of higher education in your countries. I know that many of you have the habit already of organizing separate events to follow up on the international seminars, so that you can inform your colleagues about what you have learned. You can also write articles, you can write reports to your ministry. There are different ways of disseminating the information at the local level, and that's, for us, it's almost the most important part of the HERE activities. It's what happens after at the local level in your own countries. Maybe I should also mention that this event is being web streamed, so hopefully we also have some experts from your countries who are currently following us on the internet, and they will be able to follow during the whole 2 days. So this is what I wanted to say as an introduction. I hope that you will enjoy the event, that you will participate actively in the discussions, and I look forward to listening to you during the coming 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pia. Now is time of the person who is the main responsible of hosting us and has helped us a lot. Is Vitlana Shitikova. That's correct. Thank you very, very much for all the help and the support in coordinating the efforts of the two institutions. The reality is that we would have not been able to be here probably without the support of your office.
Thank you very much. It's usually a teamwork, joint efforts, so this is the big thanks to all of you. And a lot of people were working on the weather, and we hope that it will be with us all these days and you would enjoy. Of course, on behalf of the National Erasmus Plus Office and the Higher Education Reform Experts of Ukraine, it is a very warm welcome, and also thanks for all your support you provide to us during the difficult times we have in Ukraine. Ukrainian universities have a very long-term history of cooperation within Erasmus Plus and other European Union educational programs like Tempus, Erasmus Mundus, and Jean Monnet. And such projects, being a bottom-up approach, contributed a lot to the university capacity building for internationalization and also for the capacity building of universities at the institutional level. Higher Education Reform Experts team in Ukraine was established in 2009 and actively participated in the reforming process, being a part of the teams of developers of the National Qualification Framework, then the new law of Ukraine on higher education, and also the quality assurance system. The Higher Education Reform Experts performing several events for the higher education institutions to help to implement the Bologna process instruments, and also contributed to the development of the guidelines of higher education standards. Together with the Institute of Higher Education, they trained over 400 experts on particularly higher education standards developers, and actually are invited to become an external experts on these higher education standards. So, as a matter of fact, the topic of the seminar is really critical and valuable, because the higher education and the quality assurance in higher education is currently a very important topic for Ukraine. We all learn from each other and it is the very best time to exchange the experience on the national quality assurance agency establishment and operation, and also the accreditation of the curricula, and also on the training of experts on quality assurance. So we really look forward to use this opportunity, and we are absolutely sure that where there is the will, there is the way, and only together working on the developments we can make difference. So very warm welcome.
Thank you to all of you. Now it is my turn to introduce myself and to break the ice, apparently, which I do not really know what does it mean, but I imagine, I guess, that it has to do with you and with your participation. So I will try to help you to break the ice. However, let me say that I think that the ice has been already broken by the deep reflection from one of our colleagues, and that beautiful quote of Horacio that I really like. So if it is about talking about quality assurance and procedures, say that the procedures are not enough by themselves, and that we are trying to look for what is behind the procedure, what is the inspiration of the procedure. We can also say, if you want, that we have to talk about the spirit of that procedure, the spirit of the reform. Usually people invoke spirits by talking, by discussing, by gathering together. And this is what we are doing today. But not only today. We have already tried to invoke the spirits of the reform, or the spirits of the implications of our practice in quality assurance, by running a small survey among you to try to know what do you expect, or what you know about not only standards and guidelines, but also of the implications in the reform processes of your higher education systems. Unfortunately, sometimes we are not so lucky, and the spirits do not appear so magically, and people don't gather so much, and we received quite enough information, but not all the information we would have liked to receive. That's why my colleague Elizabeth asked me to ask you, in order to break the ice, what do you expect for this seminar? What are your expectations? What you really want to take back home from here? We can make a small round, and with the results of this brief discussion, then we will see, and Elizabeth will present what we think you have told us about your expectations and your ideas. Quality assurance is a topic that can be very dense, but again, I will take the idea of our colleague and try to invoke the spirits of the quality assurance culture, if you want to put it this way, to try to separate the real procedures of what we want to do and what do we want to take home. So now the floor is yours, and it's your turn to break the ice. Please, one comment over there.
Good morning, Nidal Jayusi, National Erasmus Palestine. I'd like, actually I'm expecting by the end of the 2 days to look at other experiences and other quality assurance frameworks and standards, to network and to exchange experience and information, and at the same time to contribute in terms of presenting our quality assurance system. Thank you.
Someone else? Come on, you need to break the ice.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for everybody for inviting us to be here. I'm Dr. Rima Al-Khadr, the project officer at the National Erasmus Plus office in Jordan. Well, I like the idea of where are we now for Jordan in the quality assurance policies, tools. It's very nice to have a standard or a benchmark like the European standards and guidelines to see where are we now, how to approach that standard. What are we going to do and take these steps forward? Thank you.
Someone else? No? No one expect absolutely anything from, yeah, there. The gentleman over there, please.
Good morning, I'm Mustafa Safa from Palestine. I'm one of the hearers. What I'm expecting that the world and the academic institutions already covered the quality assurance processes, and they are changing or transferring to the quality enhancement, since it is a continuous process in the academic institutions. So I'm expecting to know or to learn more about quality enhancement in our institutions. Thank you.
No one else? Yeah, in the back. There are two more comments.
Thank you very much. Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Talal Shihabi from Damascus University, Syria. We are actually here from Syria, hoping to learn more about international collaboration and quality assurance. Being a country in crisis requires and demands that we work more and more about all issues, and we need always external help whenever possible. We are here to tell everybody that we are very open to international collaboration and in all issues, and that our institutions are still working, and hopefully we will disseminate these and help higher education, all higher education institutions in Syria to maintain and improve their quality assurance policies, procedures during these difficult times there. And thank you very much.
Good morning. This is Karim Hamdi, the Deputy National Erasmus Plus Coordinator in Egypt. I'd like to thank you all for this nice event. Our higher education system in Egypt is very concerned with quality assurance. We have even a dedicated authority for quality assurance in Egypt. I'm here for networking. Our university is open for more cooperation projects on quality assurance. We're more than happy to participate in any action because we really need quality assurance in our systems. Thank you.
There is one more comment over there. And then I would like to, if there are some students present in the room, I would like to know their expectations. You are a student. Okay, great.
Good morning. Oh, sorry. My name is Sarah Mansour. I'm the Harry's representative student from Jordan. I'm actually quite interested in the third session, Student in Focus. I would like to know more about quality assurance with the student from other countries, where the problems they got, where the more achievement they will go with the quality assurance from other different countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is only Syria, Jordan, Egypt interested in the quality assurance processes, or other countries? Yeah, over there.
Hello from the other side of the world. So, representative of Kosovo team, I want to agree with the Jordan colleague. It's important to see where we stand on this continuum, but also to learn about how students can participate in the quality assurance and, of course, break ground for the cooperation. Thank you.
Someone else? Any other comment? Any other topic that you would like to learn? If not, I guess what we can do is we can now move to the very brief presentation of what we think you let us know in the survey and how we interpreted those opinions or the data, and what we think you, or what we expect you will take back home. So the learning outcomes of the seminar. And once Elizabeth finishes, we can also have, because we have enough time probably, a little bit of a round of discussion in order to adjust, if we have to, what we thought was important for you to learn and what you actually want to take back home. Thank you very much. Elizabeth, please.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to our welcoming panel, to the vice rectors of the respective host universities. We're obviously very pleased to be in Lviv. Took me a long time to figure out how to pronounce it, but I think I'm getting there. No, but really it's a pleasure, and it's nice to see many familiar faces, a few new faces, but mostly familiar faces. Like Nicolas said, we wanted to give you just a brief introduction. We did conduct a pre-survey for this particular event, so we wanted to show you a little bit the results of that, and also, get your reaction on those results, and to remind you, of course, of the learning objectives of this particular seminar. Go ahead. So, the European standards and guidelines for quality assurance in the European higher education area can say that quality assurance in general is a topic of transversal interest in the here countries. We've had a lot of technical assistance missions on this topic already. There I list some of the countries that have explored quality assurance through their TAMs, and they've also sometimes taken specific angles. I know, for example, that Kosovo had a TAM on quality assurance in doctoral education. Lebanon, Serbia, and Armenia have all looked at performance indicators in institutions related to institutional management and leadership. We've had two TAMs on quality assurance in Ukraine. One was a follow-up. So you see there is a high demand. It is a rolling topic. And in the context of the Bologna process, the ESG, in particular, have been revised. And that's also part of the reason we've chosen this topic for this seminar. You have a new version of the ESG. They have been endorsed by ministers. So there is, of course, a need for awareness raising. There is a need to promote implementation. And a need, of course, to assess impact, not just in the Bologna countries, but in the non-Bologna neighborhood countries, which are also part of the HERE initiative. To a large extent, you also look at the ESG or use the ESG in some way, shape, or form, and it's very important for us to understand that influence. Next slide. So who are you here today? We have a dynamic group. One thing I think is quite notable about the participation is that we have a strong institutional representation. So you're coming mostly from institutions in some capacity, and that's quite important for our discussion on quality assurance. 10 of you in a vice rector capacity or rector capacity, so at the leadership level. 18 of you, professors, deans, involved in quality assurance in different capacities within the institution. 6 of you are students representing student bodies. As Pia mentioned earlier, this is very important to us in this discussion. 7 if we count the colleague from the European Students' Union, Adam, who will be presenting later today. 6 coming from the ministry level. 2 of you coming more from the international relations office side in your institutions. And 2 of you distinctly working for a QA office or QA-related office in the university. So this gives you a little bit of a perspective on the breakdown. I think it's quite interesting. Next slide. The desired learning outcomes, just to remind you, we would like to generate awareness for the European Standards and Guidelines 2015, so the revised version, what they consist of, how they have been built and endorsed, and how they are being implemented in different European countries. We would like to discuss and debate in particular the institutional responsibility for quality assurance and the need to build capacity for this, and this was already mentioned by our colleagues in the opening welcome session. And we would like to learn about the conditions for building dynamic quality assurance systems that take into account national and regional needs and interests, as well as the changing higher education landscape. And I think this is quite important. We have a session in the program tomorrow, which will be a very interactive session, a brainstorming session, where we want to probe a little bit. What is your challenge in quality assurance? What are the factors in your systems, in your institutions, in your changing student body, in technology or whatnot, that are impacting the way in which you might be conducting quality assurance? Is it challenging traditional notions of quality assurance and how it's designed, et cetera, et cetera. We'll talk about cross-border education. We'll talk a little bit about regional collaboration between quality assurance bodies, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you. So the pre-survey, we only had about half of you answer it, which is unfortunate. But nonetheless, I think it allowed us to get a little bit of a sense of where you stand on the topic. 8 of you answered it from the NEOs, from the National Erasmus Plus offices, 17 from a university profile, and 2 from student bodies. We had 18 countries represented in the responses. When asked, are you aware of the revised European standards and guidelines and what is new about them? About 75% of you said, no, we are not. And 25% said yes. Of that 25%, we asked, could you describe what is new about them? And only 4 respondents tried to do that, fairly well actually. So that gives you a good sense. There is a lack of concrete familiarity about what is actually new about the new standards and guidelines. So that is something we hope to address in this particular seminar. Next slide. What are the core features of the European standards and guidelines? And again, this was a general question. We asked you about the European standards and guidelines. They exist since 2005. So many of you have been familiarized with them. So we asked you about the core features. I've taken here now a number of keywords that came out, because this was an open question. Several of you mentioned diversity of systems and catering to the need to have diverse quality assurance systems. That's quite interesting. 2 of you mentioned the interplay between students, stakeholders, and society in the quality assurance process. 5 of you explicitly mentioned student-centered learning. 3 mentioned transparency, specifically, and mutual understanding. 7 mentioned internal and external quality assurance and the interplay between both, and the interplay between universities, ministries, and agencies in the quality assurance landscape. Others, but very few, mentioned changing the culture of education in universities and quality culture, specifically. Autonomy was only mentioned once, interestingly, and the word fit for purpose was mentioned once. Other terms that came out, which probably need to be unraveled a little bit, because they may or may not be directly relevant to the ESG, though they're probably relevant to you in your countries, is the difference between quality assurance and ranking, and this notion of compliance with the European standards and guidelines, or more generally, when it comes to quality assurance. Next slide. We also asked the question, if your external quality assurance system complies with the European standards and guidelines, what are the difficulties? From that, we had an overwhelming response for involving students in quality assurance systematically. I think that's quite telling. This is a topic that we've thus brought into this seminar. We will have a whole session on it this afternoon. We will hear perspectives from some of the student unions, and we will also then have a breakout session, which you may elect to participate on student participation in quality assurance. You also said quite strongly building capacity of institutions to implement their own QA processes, also a difficulty. Developing or creating an independent QA agency, a topic in many countries, and linking quality assurance to the development of learning outcomes or learning outcome-based approaches, also a strong response. So, you get a sense for the difficulties. This is probably something we might have anticipated, but it was interesting to see that you affirmed that with your responses. Next slide. Finally, we asked and this is again continuing on this notion of students, are students involved in external quality assurance panels in your country? 41% said yes, 44% said no, 15% didn't know, so that's kind of a split results. And again, this only represents half of you, so it would be interesting to see what the other countries say. Next slide. And are students involved in institutional quality assurance? 33% said yes, they always are. 37% said sometimes. 20% said no. 10% said I don't know. And then when we followed that question up with the question of how are they involved in institutional quality assurance? The answer was mostly, and again, this was an open response, not so many of you elaborated, but the answer was mostly, well, they are involved in some sort of satisfaction surveys, we survey them, et cetera, at the course level, at the institutional level, we survey them, okay? But very few actually said that students are participating in working bodies and committees, or more concretely in the governance structure when it comes to quality assurance in the institution. Only one said that students are participating in evaluation panels. Again, this is a small little sampling here, so it'd be interesting to know how that works in your countries and in your institutions. Last slide I have for you is about the issues that you would find important to explore in this particular seminar. The top issues were building institutional quality culture, okay? The involvement of students in QA, which has been mentioned several times before, the relationship of QA ranking and other transparency tools. 14 of you said that, and international/regional collaboration in quality assurance, which will be the title of one of our sessions coming up this morning. Other topics that came out of interest were quality assurance and joint degrees. That was 8 of you who said that, and if any of you were with us in Novi Sad in March of this year, this was a topic that we addressed in a seminar on quality assurance, and there is apparently a need to examine that in more depth as many of you develop joint degrees, which is new to many countries. Another topic was quality assurance and e-learning, and building a quality assurance unit in my higher education institution. 5 of you said that, and again, that relates not just to building institutional quality culture, but to institutional quality management more specifically. So that's it. That's what you told us in the pre-survey. We will obviously take that as a starting point. I think it gives us a good indication of what the need is. I would like to invite you now to react to that for a few minutes if we have any other comments. And from there, we will go into our first session where we will have a presentation from Colin Took, who comes from the European Quality the ECAR, the European Register for Quality Assurance Agencies in Higher Education, who will try to give you a sort of sweeping view of the European standards and guidelines as they stand now, the revised version, what's new about them, so that we can bring everybody up to speed. And then we will have 2 presentations from here countries themselves, one from Egypt, one from Armenia, reacting to that. But before we go into that, I invite you to react to the pre-survey results, or just simply to share more about your expectations. You are welcome to do so. So please don't be shy. No? We've said it all? Okay. Do you feel like these results are fairly accurate in terms of your interest? Because again, they only represent half of you. Okay, good. That's good to know.
It's very difficult to break the ice.
Okay. So with that...
There is a comment.
There's a comment.
Yeah.
Good.
Hi, it's Hania Naash, Dean of Graduate Studies and Research from Beirut Arab University. I'm here member. Your presentation is nice. It's like a benchmarking for us, at least for my university, my institution, because from the survey, no matter how many participants are involved, but it gives me a good idea that we have done so much at my institution. When I look at these questions, for example, my institution has Quality Assurance Center. We have a Quality Assurance unit in each faculty. We have a student quality assurance in faculties, and it's all over the faculties in my university. We involve students in so many committees. So many of your questions and so many of the answers are good benchmarking for me because, or at least for my university, I know we are way ahead.
Okay.
That's good. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Well, I hope you'll share in the discussions so that we can have some experience sharing. And I mean, clearly, I think many of you in the room are in different positions with regards to quality assurance, and your institutions and systems are at different phases in their development. So it will be really interesting for us, I think, for you to share with each other.
So maybe we need to move to where we are now, and from there probably we will go down to earth and have a more practical discussion. So Elizabeth will chair, so she will continue with the microphone in her hands. I will invite the other speakers to join us in the panel, in particular our first speaker, who also has a difficult name for me to pronounce. So please come forward.
Colin.
Colin, yeah. And that's the name, not the surname. The surname is a difficult one.
Colin, how do you pronounce your surname? How do you pronounce your surname? Tuk. It's not so hard. Okay, thank you very much, Nico. We're going to move on now to the next session, as you said. We're going to start with Colin. Colin has been kind enough to travel from Brussels. He has been managing the ACAR, the European Register for Quality Assurance Agencies, essentially since its conception. And so he has an interesting perspective on the European standards and guidelines. The European standards and guidelines are essentially the guiding document of the ACAR. So all of the quality assurance agencies in Europe that are registered in this register have to comply with the European standards and guidelines. Colin has been very active in the Bologna process discussions, in the working groups that follow up the Bologna process. So I think he's a very well-suited candidate to tell us about the European standards and guidelines, where they stand, how they've changed. He's kind to come. We were confronting an obstacle with this particular seminar, and that is that ENQA, which is the European Association for Quality Assurance Agencies in Higher Education in Europe, is having their General Assembly at exactly the same time. So we had to fight to get people here, Colin in particular, and so it was very kind of him to come. I know he has to fly off to another event after this. So we thank you, Colin, and you have the floor for about 25 minutes maximum.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for the kind introduction, and thank you very much to you and the other organizers for the kind invitation to that seminar. Yes, sorry for my impronounceable last name, unless you happen to speak German, but just call me Colin, and that's easier anyway. And I also have to apologize for having to run off to that General Assembly of ENQA right after some of the other sessions today, but nevertheless still a whole day to go and discuss. So I will just give you a sign to advance the slide, please, because I don't have the button here. So before going to the ESG themselves, I'd just like to remind us of the context of how quality assurance has developed in the Bologna process. So if you look at the timeline from 1999, when the Bologna process started, up to now, and 2015, one of the latest ministerial summits in Yerevan, there is quite an interesting involvement of the role quality assurance has played in the Bologna process. So it started with some really initial ideas and some intentions, initial commitments in Bologna, then in Berlin, some first principles being set out in the ministerial communiques in 2003. And then the first big step, I would say, is 2005, when the first version of the European Standards and Guidelines were adopted. And from this initial more political general commitments in Bologna and Berlin, this really took it to the next level, because the European Standards and Guidelines were really a common set of principles and a set of common standards to be used in the whole European higher education area. So that brought it one level up. And then a little bit later, the establishment of ECWA as the European Register of Quality Assurance Agencies again brought the quality assurance agenda in the European higher education area a level further by actually establishing a European organization, the only one that has been established directly by the Bologna process to oversee which quality assurance agencies are actually complying with the European standards and guidelines. And then last but not least, in the in the last two Bologna summits in Bucharest 2012 and Yerevan 2015, we had advancement of the idea of quality assurance agencies operating across borders in the European higher education area, and we also had the new version of the ESG, which is the main subject of that presentation, and the European approach for quality assurance of joint programs, and all these steps in a way signs of closer integration and further consolidation in the field of quality assurance. So I think in this 16 years, the Bologna process has developed from some very loose and very generic first intentions to a really more integrated system. So next slide, please. Okay. Ah, yes. Is it better now? Yes? Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay, I will start speaking a bit louder. Sorry for that. So now the framework for quality assurance in the European higher education area that the Bologna process has established over the years consists of, well, I'd say four main pieces. The European standards and guidelines has the common standards, the European quality assurance register as the register of agencies, the qualifications framework for the European higher education area, and also the European approach for quality assurance of joint programs, which is the latest addition to the framework, if you like, which is a specific a specific instrument to ease the quality assurance of joint programs. We will focus, of course, today on the ESG, but I think what is important to know that even though there are different instruments, they all these different pieces are interrelated and they build on each other and complement each other. So we are using the European standards and guidelines. The European approach for joint programs builds up on the generic standards and guidelines, and the standards and guidelines then in themselves, they refer and build up on the qualifications framework, as I will get back to in a minute. The European standards and guidelines for quality assurance, or short ESG, as you all know, they have first been established in 2005. They cover internal quality assurance in institutions, external quality assurance, and the work of quality assurance agencies. I think one notable thing to really remind about the standards and guidelines is that they are a real stakeholder joint venture, if you like, because they have been developed jointly by the main stakeholders, by higher education institutions, by students and quality assurance agencies. Of course, in the end of the day, they have been adopted by ministers, and that gives them the necessary blessing and the necessary official standing, but they have not been developed by civil servants alone, or they have not been developed somewhere in the back office, but they have really been written jointly in a collaboration of the main stakeholders and in consultation with all their constituencies. So they are very closely based on the actual practical experience of stakeholders. And in the latest version also the teaching staff of institutions and the employers represented to their two European organizations have also become on board of the drafting process of the standards and guidelines. The standards and guidelines, they have four purposes that are set out also in the document, and more or less literally as I have them on the slides here. So they're really, their overarching purpose is to set it's actually funny to say a common framework, because they basically are the common framework for the European higher education area in terms of quality assurance system at institutional, national, and European level. The idea is, of course, that they should enable the assurance and improvement of quality, and that by having such a common framework, the purpose of the ESG is to support mutual trust between the different higher education systems in the European higher education area, between different institutions, and thus to also facilitate mobility based on that, and recognition based on that increased trust. The first point I would like to get in specifically is the scope of the European standards and guidelines. So generally, the European standards and guidelines are addressing quality assurance of teaching and learning in higher education, and that is not very surprising, and that's also nothing that that changed between 2005 and 2015. That was the same in 2005, and that's still the same now. There has been added to underline the importance of that, the inclusion of relevant links to the learning environment and research and innovation, but in principle the focus hasn't changed as such. Also, what has been set out more clearly in the ESG 2015 than the ESG 2005 is that they really apply to all higher education in the European higher education area, irrespective of how it is delivered, whether it's classical education and learning in a classroom, or whether it's new forms of online learning or blended learning, and also irrespective of the place of delivery, so that the standards and guidelines are equally applicable to let's say classical national higher education as well as cross-border offers or transnational higher education. Now also that's not really new. If you most people, if you would ask them, they would say yes, of course also the ESG 2005 were applicable to all kind of different forms, but I think that has not been so clear and so explicit in the ESG 2005 on the one hand, so that is one of the things that has been pointed out more specifically in the new ESG. And also when revising the ESG, we have been looking through the different standards. Is it really true? Are they really applicable to all sorts of higher education, or could we imagine any problems in specific cases? But I think one of the most important messages of the ESG, which again is maybe not really new, but has been clarified, I think, much more nicely in the ESG 2015 than it was in the ESG 2005, is that the ESG do not prescribe one absolute definition of quality in higher education. They do not provide a detailed definition of that, but rather they say that quality higher education means being fit for purpose, and that these purposes are very diverse, and they actually refer to the often used four main purposes of higher education that also the Council of Europe once wrote down, and they stress very clearly that different stakeholders might have different priorities and view the purposes of education differently, and thus their approach is, rather than having one absolute definition of quality, to involve the different stakeholders and to involve the different perspectives at all steps of designing the system and of reviewing institutions, of reviewing programs, to bring the different perspectives together in the quality assurance process at every point. So in that way, you often ask the questions, are the ESG standards for quality assurance or for quality? And I think it's a bit a strange question, because obviously the ESG are standards for quality assurance, but then quality assurance is obviously concerned with quality and not with something else. And I think the new version really sets out nicely how they see the concept of quality and this stakeholder involvement resulting from it. So the ESG stipulate these four principles on which they are built, and I think you've probably all seen them at some point. I think the first one is really one of the most important ones, that in the end of the day, quality assurance and ensuring quality of their provision is really the responsibility of every single higher education institution, and I think that's a message that's underlying the ESG. Of course, there is a big importance of external quality assurance system and external quality assurance carried out by independent agencies, but I think we should never forget that all the work of external quality assurance processes, they cannot replace what done or what should be done in the higher education institutions themselves, higher education area. So as a result of that, the four stakeholders that also developed the 2005 version of the ESG sat together and conducted a project which was called MAP ESG, about mapping and analyzing the implementation and use of the European standards and guidelines. And that project resulted in a recommendation to undertake what was initially called a careful revision. So the consensus of the stakeholders that was reached after this project was to say, okay, we should revise them, but we shouldn't start a revolution. We shouldn't turn the ESG upside down, but rather improve them where necessary, but not to redraft the document entirely. The ministers of higher education, who are of course the ones to eventually decide, followed that recommendation largely and said in the Bucharest communique in 2012, yes, the ESG should be revised. As you see there, there's a quote, improve their clarity, applicability and usefulness, including their scope. And they asked the stakeholder organizations to sit together again and actually carry out that revision. So the overall idea of the revision was, of course, to keep the strength of the standards and guidelines 2005 and to address some of the weaknesses and adapt them to the new developments. So the changes that were done, I think, mainly can be split up into two areas. The one would be the rather technical improvements. So there were some ambiguities that had to be removed. There was some reordering to be done between the three parts, but especially between the second and third, which I think will be taken up in the later presentations. The standards and guidelines also were asked to reflect the fact that they are used as criteria for register of agencies, and also to clarify like the status of what is a standard and what is a guideline. So all this have led to some technical changes and technical improvements. And then maybe the more interesting area is there have been not a huge amount, but some important substantial changes, and they mainly arose from the need of the new standards and guidelines to reflect the developments and the progress that has been made in the European higher education area. So, for instance, in 2015, we had a European qualifications framework, and we had a lot of countries that actually had national qualification frameworks that were also aligned with the European overarching framework, whereas in 2005, when the initial ESG were developed, there was no qualifications framework yet. It was actually adopted at the same time. So things have changed in the European higher education area, and these changes have then led to the more substantial changes. So I would focus here on what has changed in the first part, because I think in our presentation later on, Therese will focus on the second and third part, which is in a way an interesting experience, because we are both speaking about the part we are in our daily work dealing least with, because as a representative of universities dealing mainly with internal quality assurance and me dealing mainly with agencies, we are kind of swapping our perspectives here. But nevertheless, so one of the biggest changes that came about in the first part of the European standards and guidelines addressing internal quality assurance in institutions is a more clear statement that the design of study programs should be based on clear, explicit objectives and learning outcomes that are linked to the national qualification frameworks of the country where the program is offered, and which in itself is linked to the European qualifications framework. And that was, of course, that was one of the more controversial debates in the revision. So there was a debate to what extent and how explicitly should we really bring the learning outcome approach and the idea of basing study programs on learning outcomes into the European standards and guidelines. So in the end, you will see that how it is done in the new standards and guidelines, and the real key message here, I think, is in this standard 1.2 is that there's a clear and strong link to the qualifications framework of the European higher education area, and I think that's a nice example where in practice these different Bologna tools complement each other. So you have the ESG, which are standards for quality assurance, and then you have the qualifications framework, which sets out a sort of baseline requirements for qualifications, and rather than repeating this or redoing this, what the qualification framework already does in the standards and guidelines. There's just a reference to those, and they build up on those. One second big change in the standards and guidelines for internal quality assurance is the completely new standard on student-centered learning, teaching and assessment. And again, there was a bit of a controversial debate before. Is that going very much in detail about defining quality, or is that still a good standard to have in a document that is mainly concerned with quality assurance? And in the end of the day, everyone agreed that this is an aspect that has to be covered by internal quality assurance systems, while at the same time the idea is not to provide a blueprint to higher education institutions how to do it exactly, and that is still something that every higher education institution has to find out and define for itself. But I'm sure that particular question will be addressed also in detail later on in Adam's presentation. Now, as regards standards for external quality assurance, there are some changes where principles have been made more explicit than before, but I can go over them mainly because they will come back later on as well. That action. And the same goes for standards for quality assurance agencies. There are no revolutionary new elements here, but rather a lot of things have been made more explicit than they were before, for instance, in regard of the independence of quality assurance agencies. But one important point I would like to mention is the introduction of the notion of professional conduct in the standard of internal quality assurance, and that has mainly come out of debates on the increasing activity of quality assurance agencies across borders. So agencies working with institutions in other countries, sometimes working in a sort of market situation which they have not worked in before, and that has underlined the need for really ensuring good professional conduct of quality assurance agency, which has been introduced into the standards. So to sum up the main changes, or what really what are the conclusions that can be drawn from the changes from 2005 to 2015, I think it's really that the new standards are much more firmly embedded in the whole European higher education structure. So there are clear links to the other elements, and they reflect the new developments. And actually, they reflect that we have a bigger common ground now than 10 years ago. So, for instance, the participation of students in external quality assurance and the full publication of quality assurance reports was a very much debated issue still in 2005, and the first version of the standards and guidelines was sometimes a bit vague on this to find a compromise, because some countries were not willing to support too strong statements there, whereas now there was no debate about that anymore, and it was immediately clear there is a consensus that students have to be involved in quality assurance, and there is a consensus that full reports from quality assurance reviews have to be published, and so these principles are enshrined in the new ESG much more explicitly now than they were before. Having talked about the ESG, I just want to talk a few words about ECHWA and our work and role in the European framework for quality assurance to finish with. So we were established as a non-profit public interest organization to enhance trust and confidence in the European higher education area. That's our broader mission, and similar to the ESG, we are also, if you like, a joint venture of stakeholders and governments, because we have been founded by the same main stakeholder organizations that drafted the ESG, but at the request of European governments, and now we have both the founders and European governments involved in our governing structure. The practical role and job of ECHWA is to really maintain an official register of quality assurance agencies that have demonstrated to substantially comply with the European standards and guidelines. So we are creating and we are maintaining the if you like, authoritative list of quality agencies that have really demonstrated to apply the agreed standards in the European higher education area. In practice, that means we have a registration process where quality assurance agencies have to prove in an external review process that they do actually comply with the agreed standards and guidelines, that they use them in their work. Once they are registered, there are several ways of monitoring their work and monitoring whether they still comply with the standards and guidelines. We have some annual updates on their activities. We have reports on substantive changes. So if an agency changes their methodology, they're required to inform us about that. And we have a committee that reviews such changes to ensure that even after substantive change, an agency is still in compliance with the agreed standards. And last but not least, we have a process for third-party complaints. So if any institution or student has a substantiated concern that the registered agency does actually violate the agreed principles and not work in line with the standards, they can address that to us, and we will deal with those. And eventually, every 5 years, agencies have to come back to renew their registration and prove again that they work in compliance with the ESG. So now we have 43 agencies on the register at that moment, which cover the 22 dark blue countries on that map. And even though, as mentioned before, the Ukrainian National Quality Assurance Agency is still in the phase of being established, and unfortunately not one of the registered agencies yet, we are glad that the Ukrainian government has been a governmental member actually since the first day, and thus the ministry has been participating in and contributing to the establishing and maintaining the European infrastructure for quality assurance. And so I do hope that at some point the agency would be able to apply as well. So that is, with those few words about ACRO, I would like to end the presentation and hope you have some questions and comments from me.
Thank you very much, Colin. Very comprehensive. A lot of information to digest. What I would like to do now, before we take the next speakers, is I would like to open the floor to you. If you have any clarifying questions, if something is not clear, if there's something you would like Colin to explain further, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. So as far as I understand, agencies that are registered with EQAR are allowed to perform their activities across European higher education area. So I understand that, for example, agency from Germany can provide external assessment for a university from other country. How widespread is this practice? Do you promote, this practice from the point of view of EQR?
Okay. On the one hand, I think it's one thing I would like to note is that having all registered agencies able to perform their work across the whole European higher education area is a political agreement in one of the Bologna communiques, but it's not reality in all countries at that moment, at least not to the extent that that review would be recognized as part of the official system. Of course, every university is free to get additional reviews or evaluations, as many as they want, but only about 15 countries, at least in some way, would recognize such an evaluation by a foreign agency as part of their national system. So to basically replace the national accreditation or national evaluation that is required. In terms of how widespread it is, that it is still a small phenomenon if you look at the numbers. So if I don't have the statistics on the top of my head right now, but it's like less than 5% of the total reviews of ACRA registered agencies are actually happening across borders. In that way, it's a small amount if you compare it with the thousands of program accreditations that happen. But at the same time, it has been increasing over the years, not not only because of this Bologna policy and our work and sometimes work to promote that, but also because of a general increased interest of institutions to get this kind of international review. And it's still an ongoing discussions by countries how to find ways to recognize these reviews in their national systems. And sorry, and I have the feeling I have to eat the microphone. But interestingly enough, while if you look at the overall picture, it's a small phenomenon. But it actually means that not all 43 registered agencies do a few of this review, but it's actually a small group of agencies between 5 and 10 who really have a lot of cross-border reviews, and a big group that hasn't.
Okay, thank you. Next comment. Sorry, just a side note. We have to speak into the microphone because this event is being live streamed. Surprise. Yeah. So it's quite important. But as we've just learned, it's very important to speak really into the microphone because apparently you're having some trouble in the back. So please all take that into consideration.
It's a very nice room, but the acoustic echo, it's not, because it's very large. So my first question, maybe you answered it, but I didn't get the answer. Do you register only the European agencies, quality assurance agency, or you are open also to the neighborhood countries? This is my first question. My second question, among the 43 registered quality assurance agencies you have already registered, do you know if some of them deal with the distance learning, quality assurance of the distance learning issues? Thank you.
Yes, regarding the first question, I should actually apologize for not having addressed this immediately because it's an obvious question in the seminar. So yes, the register is open and registration is open to agencies from all over the world. But in practice, there is no agency from outside Europe registered yet. And I mean, there are, I would say, two main reasons for that. The one is very mundane. Of course, it costs money, and the review costs about 40,000 euros if you take everything together. So it's not such an easy decision to take. But I think the more, but on the other hand, if you're a huge agency, maybe that could be afforded. The other more difficult reason, I think, is that obviously, even if the agency comes from Australia, we would require them to abide by the European standards and guidelines because we are the European Quality Assurance Register, and they would be allowed to work in Europe. And obviously, the same would be done by our colleagues in the United States or elsewhere. And there are I would say, two specific elements in the European standards and guidelines that do frequently cause difficulties for non-European agencies to comply with. And not very surprisingly, these are exactly the two that I mentioned before that were very controversial in Europe in 2005 and are not so controversial anymore now. Namely, the requirement to have students involved on all external evaluation panels and the requirements to publish full reports from evaluations. And so, for instance, if we had a lot of interest from agencies from the US, because some of them are already operating in Europe, and as soon as they heard that they have to publish full reports, they were like, oh, or maybe then we're not so interested anymore. So this is the more difficult reason, I think. And regarding distance learning, we don't have any agency that is specialized in distance learning registered at the moment, but I think all agencies do have to deal with distance learning as in their country to the extent that the institutions they are evaluating provide and offer distance learning. And there are some European initiatives, and I think in which some of the registered agencies would probably be involved, that are really developing or discussing more practical hands-on frameworks for quality assurance of distance learning. But and they might be used by those agencies that are most concerned with it.
Yes, I'm Nada Moraizel from Lebanon. Just a comment, maybe to make an articulation between the changes of the ESG, the new version, and the title of the seminar, which is ESG in practice, yes? So I think that the changes themselves allow us to assess the implementation in practice of these articles. For example, if we can see in the new version of 2015, the importance given of the real and objective and real implementation of these articles in order to have a culture, a quality culture in the higher education institution. For example, the focus, or the tell me if I'm wrong or if you agree with this, the importance of continuous improvement in higher education institution, the importance of the effectiveness of the procedures, the importance of the good practices implemented rather than abstract recommendations. And also, so I think that all these changes makes these ESG a real tool in order to assess the implementation of a quality assurance culture. So I think that the changes are very important in order to assess and to improve the quality assurance principles in the institution. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, I can sign up to that. So, no, I mean, I really think that that's right. I mean, the changes do, as you say, help for the assessment and help to inform your own continuous improvement process. Maybe just one remark that I got inspired to make is also, I think one would hope that not everything that's new in the ESG should be new for every higher education institution, because the ESG are also inspired by practice and by what the different stakeholders saw as good and existing practice. So normally one would expect that a lot of things that are new in the ESG one would already find in practice, because they have come into the ESG from practice and not just from as a normative idea that it should be done. Maybe also as a promotion of two publications that might be helpful as a further reading on this. On the one hand, there is this general comparative analysis which really outlines all the detailed changes. Actually, when I was thinking about controversies, there were a lot of controversies really about a lot of little wordings. So maybe that took up 80% of the time, and then 20% of the time was really spent on these few big controversies, and all the other time was spent on really discussing the very specific wording. And I'm not sure I don't know if you have it here. Do you have the universities ready for ESG Part 1, the EUA publication? No. Oh. Oh. But I think there's a very interesting.
I think we do, Colin. I think we do. I just check if it's actually out on the desk. It is. You've seen it? Okay, good. We sent it.
So I think that there's a very useful publication by EUA that was launched, I think, soon after the ESG were adopted, which addresses really comparing also what, as far as EUA knew from their research, what aspects of the new ESG are already widely present in universities, and where are the main challenges. Which might be on the table or might not be.
Yeah, thank you. There, EUA, which has published extensively on quality culture, has sent a number of publications which will be available at the registration desk for you. Do keep in mind that all of these presentations are available online as well, open access on the EUA website. This comparative publication that you have there in your hand, Colin, that is available, that is also outside. Okay, good. So you will have some literature. Other questions or comments for Colin? Yeah, please.
So ESG clearly specify that an external agency should be independent. So I wonder, how do you measure independence of an agency that applies for registration to the organization? So what are the criteria? For example, if it is funded by the government? Is it okay?
Sorry, if what?
By the government, by the central government, or it is founded or funded. So what is really behind the concept of independence in this case?
I'm sorry, Therese is smiling because now we're duplicating our presentations. So I think the topic will come back in the next session as well. But generally, I think it's important to say that, of course, most quality assurance agencies in Europe are public institutions. So in that way, they have been initially founded or launched by a government, and they are in many cases publicly funded, because even if they would be funded from institutions, the institutions are publicly funded. But then, so what the ESG really stipulates is that there are three dimensions of quality, of independence. Being independent in their organizational structure, being independent in their operations, being independent in their quality assurance results. And as regards the organizational structure, for us, of course, it means that you are not, you can be founded by the government, and even the government usually has some role in the agency and is represented on their council, but it cannot be under the full control of the government, and neither can it be under the full control of higher education institutions. So the different constituencies need to be involved somehow, but allow the agency to function independently as an own organization. And of course, that is in our practice often one of the most difficult standards, not only because it's the most challenging, but it's the most difficult one to judge, maybe, because you have a team of experts that goes to review the agency, that submits a report to us, and then this goes to our register committee, which reviews all these reports. And on the one hand, of course, they see the experts' considerations, but they have never seen the thing in practice. And of course, the experts have a lot of interviews with the different stakeholders, and they have to make a judgment. But it's always a very discussive approach. I mean, if you compare it, for instance, with publication of reports, it's quite easy. You go to the website and you see it's black or white, it's published or not. And independence is usually much more difficult discussion. But yeah, really the three dimensions are organization, operational independence, and independence of results. And I think there will be more discussion about that later on as well.
Okay. Keeping in mind as well, we will have a presentation from Therese after the lunch that will address some of the specificities of external quality assurance and the cooperation at the external, at the agency level in external quality assurance within Europe. Any other questions for Colin before we move on? Okay, thank you very much, Colin. Let's give him a hand. We would like now to get the perspective of some of the different higher education systems that are represented in this room. I would like to invite Dr. Mostafa Radwan from Fayoum University in Egypt, who will be presenting to us about the Egyptian quality assurance system, how it's been developed, what has inspired it, what the current regulatory climate is, and to what extent it's been influenced by the ESG or takes into consideration the principles, the standards and guidelines. So, Mustafa, I give you the floor.
Hello, good morning. I would like first to thank Elizabeth and the organizing committee for the invitation. And I would like to thank our friends in Ukraine for the hospitality and the warm welcoming for us. I think it's better I will go there. And,
yeah, you're welcome. If you prefer to stand over here so you can see the slides, that's an option.
Next slide, please. Quality assurance in Egypt has gone through establishment and development through phases. The first phase was from 2002 to 2007, and that was mainly through Ministry of Higher Education Quality Assurance and Accreditation project we call QUAP. One of the projects of reform of higher education in Egypt at that time. At the end of this phase, the Independent National Authority for Quality Assurance and Accreditation of Education, NAQA, was established. And it was supported through a program for Ministry of Higher Education of continuous improvement and qualifying for accreditation. And then starting from 2013, we call it the sustainability and development phase. In the first phase, we had 6 main projects for reform. The slide, okay. The 6th one, which is not shown here, is QUAP. Okay? Okay, go ahead. In this project QUAP, we had dissemination of quality culture. That was the first time that quality culture was disseminated in faculties and universities. We had training, we had workshops, we had publications, conference, websites, and so on. And we enabled the higher education institution to establish internal quality system. So in more than half of the institutions in Egypt at that time, quality assurance units were established. And in the same time, in all the universities, quality assurance center and quality assurance strategic plans in all the universities were established. Currently, all institutions in Egypt has its own quality assurance units, and all universities has its own quality assurance center. So each new universities, when established, with it is the quality assurance center is established. And one of the main achievements was preparing for the establishment of the National Authority of Quality Assurance and Accreditation of Education, NACA. We prepared bylaws, we prepared reviewers, trainers, academic reference standards, and we did some developmental engagement visit, which is simulation for the quality assurance visit that will be done later when the authority is established. Okay? In the second phase, the law was implemented and the independent quality assurance agency was established. And by independent here, we mean it is not affiliated to any of the ministries of education. It is directly affiliated to the Prime Minister, and no one has the authority to, next slide, to affect its decision except its board, which is not affiliated to any authority. The main role was evaluation and accreditation of...
Thank you very much. Very interesting example and experience. My question is, in your comparison between the ESG and the Egyptian system, one of the guidelines, the ESG guidelines, you mentioned that it's not satisfied yet in the Egyptian system was about peer review. I don't remember the whole thing, but it's about peer review, external peer review with the inclusion of at least one student member. I just would like, if you could highlight this point, why is this thing not satisfied yet? Is it a matter of priorities, or are there impeding factors in the education system, in the culture? Can you highlight this point? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Actually, our students are deeply involved in internal quality assurance in faculties. They are members of the quality assurance unit. They are doing a lot of jobs through quality assurance. They are evaluating everything, things like that. But till now, it was not in the law or in the rules of the agency that the team should have at least one student in it, as it came in the European standard guidelines. Maybe this will be amended very soon, because there is nothing that prohibited this. Because students have a big experience in quality assurance through their practices in their faculties. Maybe in the very near future, the agency will revise its standards and include this condition. Yes. No. Thank you.
We had a comment up here in the middle and then in the back again, I think, correct? Please.
Okay, thank you. Actually, it was the same question as my previous colleague. It was about the student and the difficulties of including the students in the quality assurance process in Egypt comparing to the European standard guidelines? Already answered. Thank you.
In the back?
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. My question is about how many universities you have in Egypt, and I'd like also to know about are your universities prefer to invite your agencies, or maybe they invite also European accreditation agencies for accreditate their program, or like this? And my other questions about the recognition process of the results of your accreditations of universities by society.
Sorry, I couldn't get the second question. What is the second question?
The question, universities, the university of your country, they prefer to
This is, I
invite
know,
your...
that was the first. What is the second?
The second, recognition process of the results of your accreditations by your agencies.
Okay. Can you give the second question? I could.
Okay,
I'm
on the
sure.
first, I will ask you
Sorry,
during the lunch. Okay.
I believe I understood what you wanted to ask. Can you hear me? How well are the results of your accreditation recognized outside your country?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Currently we have 24 governmental or public universities and nearly the same number of private universities. Governmental universities mainly prefer to have accreditation from the national authority, and actually by law they should have it from the national authority. Also private universities by law should have accreditation from the national authorities. Most of the accreditation done was in governmental universities because private universities are new and they are not satisfying the standards for postgraduate studies and some of the research. When they satisfy these standards, I think they will apply directly to the national authority. How are the accreditation evaluated internationally? Of course, when you have accreditation from your national authority, this will be a good thing whenever you are dealing internationally with any other institution or other authority. I think it's something adds to the reputation of your institution. Would that answer your questions?
Okay, we have, two more questions and then we'll move on to the next speaker. So, Nada?
Yes, a concrete question. Do you consider now that all these higher education institutions in Egypt have now a quality assurance unit at the top strategic management, as it is written in the ESG? Because this have implications on the government, on the governance of the university. So do you consider that it exists?
All education institutions at the faculty level have quality assurance units.
Yes, but at the
and
top
all
management,
universities?
At the top strategic management, or it's just a technical unit? At what level
No,
of
I'm speaking about the faculties and universities. There's two levels. Level of university, this has its quality assurance center, which administering quality assurance in all faculties, and also has each strategic planning unit or center. Sometimes they are the same center, sometimes they are different centers. When you go to the faculty level, you have a quality assurance unit responsible for all quality assurance activities within the faculty. Okay?
Okay, and the last question we had here.
Question, if a program or a faculty applied for accreditation, national accreditation, and they failed, what is the procedure? What do? Do you close the program? You give them, let's say, 1 year? What's the step?
Yeah, exactly. They are given 1 year to improve themselves and apply again.
Okay, if in that year period of time they applied for international accreditation and they secured it, would you accept it?
We shall not say no. Okay, go apply.
But
But by
not
law, you
all-
have to be accredited by the national agency. You are not forbidden from applying to any.
No, would it suffice? Would it be enough to get international accreditation if they failed to get the national one?
By law, no. By law, you have to be accredited by the national agency.
Okay.
And you are allowed.
So if they got it internationally, it does not compensate for the national one, they have to
I
get
think
it.
this is for the whole world. Unless there is a recognition of accreditation, whatever accreditation you get from across the world, you have to be accredited by the agency which in
So
your
the
country.
agency in Egypt has or has recognition for certain international accrediting bodies?
Actually, there is no bilateral agreements so far because it has to be a bilateral. It has to be double recognition. If I
Okay.
recognize your, you have to recognize mine. Till
So
now, it is not.
Is the agency thinking in the future, in the near future, to get someone from outside to audit and accredit it?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Why not?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think, okay, there was one more. No. Okay, good. Thank you very much. We are going to move on now. We will have another round of questions after the next speaker. So if further issues come up regarding the Egyptian context in particular, you're welcome to ask those after. So thank you again very much,
Thank you very
Mustafa.
much.
Very interesting. Thank you. I would now like to present Lucine Flijan from the Yerevan and Brusov State University of Languages and Social Sciences in Armenia. And Lucine will be talking to us about the Armenian context. Armenia is a Bologna country, so we will see what the differences might be. Lucine, please.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm very honored to introduce the situation in Armenia and dwell on the current changes that Armenian higher education system is facing at the moment, referring to the quality assurance and quality culture. So I have entitled my presentation, Where Are We Now? Integrating the ESG 2015 in the context of higher education in Armenia, and I will mainly focus on the problems, unlike Mustafa, who dwelled on the achievements that they have had in their quality assurance system. So on the next slide. First I want to introduce how many institutions are in the higher education system in Armenia. So there are 64 higher education institutions, public, private, transnational branches of foreign private universities and branches of foreign state universities. The total number of students is 95,000 students, and around 11,000 teaching staff are enrolled in the process of teaching to students in higher education institutions in Armenia. And Armenia joined the Bologna Declaration in 2005, roughly at the same time where the ESG 2005 were adopted, and all the Bologna reforms that took place in Armenia were in line with the Bologna tools and Bologna action lines. And the main focus is, of course, on the during these years on the quality assurance and the enhancement of the quality of the study programs, changing the quality environment at the higher education institutions. As before 2005, Armenia was going on in line with the old system of higher education, and the traits of the Soviet higher education system was still reflected in those times. And though we can say that we have had a lot of achievements nowadays, but still we had several problems that are more or less connected with the background of the teachers and the psychology of the teachers that worked in the Soviet times and now keep on working using the same methods and tools that are old and hackneyed, and they are still barriers to improvement and to the establishment of the new quality culture in the context of our new higher education system. At this very moment, we have the result of having the accreditation passed by the 16 higher education institutions in Armenia, one of which was granted accreditation for 6 years. It is Yerevan State University. 9 state universities and 1 private higher education university received accreditation for 4 years. 3 private higher education institutions received conditional accreditation for 2 years, and 2 private universities were rejected in institutional accreditation. The universities at the moment are now awarded institutional accreditation and discussing the terms to launch cluster accreditation of their study programs, which will enable them to compare their recent achievements and to boost the competitiveness among the study programs between the higher education institutions. I just have inserted 2 questions here. What to do and why is it important to do for the context of higher education system in Armenia, and in terms of using this European standard and guidelines of 2015. So because for the first time, we need to not only focus on these standards, but how to maintain, to improve the situation in Armenia in terms of sustainability and enhancement of quality assurance using the strategies which are described in this higher education European standards and guidelines. And of course, these guidelines are a very efficient tool how to go to improve the situation step by step, as well as to use it not only on the national level, but at the grassroots level by the students and by the teachers, and how to benefit from these guidelines, both not only for the university, but for their personal individual needs. I have just shortlisted several questions I would like to dwell on, and the first of them is the continuity and change. This is the most difficult part of the quality culture that we are going to implement in the system of the quality culture of Armenia. Why? Because we have a lot of bureaucratic obstacles in the system, for example, for ensuring the better permeability of the vocational education students to go to the higher education system. There are a lot of obstacles, how to choose programs, how to exempt from the courses that they have already taken in their vocational education institutions, how to choose courses that are relevant for their practical competencies and ensure their success upon graduation. The next is principal and operational issues, which is also very important, and I think this refers to the selection of the experts for external and internal quality assurance procedures. Why? Because, for example, our Armenian National Education Agency for Accreditation is a part of a government system, but it is now autonomous and independent in its decision making, and of course it is always very supportive in terms of selecting experts both internal and external, in order to guide on how to build this capacity building for the universities. Another point which is also relevant, our national agency is guiding to boost this capacity building of external and internal experts, which is a part of ESG 2015. Emphasis on all types of higher education is a must at the moment, and we are diversifying the context of our higher education system on bachelor, master, and doctoral level, as well as we try to make it compatible with the European standards and European cycle system, and the recent changes are taking place in the context of doctoral education, how to make it compatible with the European standards. The next the next point is modes of delivery and places of study, which is also very important, taking into account different layers of the society, and to foster the engagement of all the layers of the society, the people with certain needs and imperatives, which are those who live far in the remote parts of our country, to be able to get higher education via distance learning modes and other forms of higher education, which are on the way to be implemented in the context of higher education in Armenia. So the link to Bologna tools like QF, EAJ, and ECTS is a must, and we did a lot in this domain, as now a lot of students are taking part in the different study programs, mobility programs, and they can gain credits and study for per one semester or more in different higher education institutions, and we are improving the situation in the recognition system of our higher education, and they can smoothly shift from one higher education institution to another and get quality education due to the circulation of the knowledge and competencies which they gain in a different higher education contexts. New standards on student-centered learning and linked to academic quality is a must, as learning outcomes is not just the phrase to be integrated in the context of strategic programs and plans of our universities, but mostly we need to take into account the students' needs, how to ensure their academic success throughout their higher education context, and as well as to ensure the better conditions for their employability rates. Next slide, please. Things to be improved. Higher education institutions have primary responsibility for the quality of their provision and its assurance. They feel responsible for the quality of their education programs, but the triangle between the education, research, and innovation is still very weak at higher education institutions. We try to improve the situation, but of course it is a very sensitive issue how to build this triangle and to benefit not only from the higher education institutions but from the stakeholders, other stakeholders, professional organizations, associations, which is also one of the major points of the ESG 2015, not only to benefit from the higher education institutions but to balance between national and institutional context, as well as to integrate different stakeholders and to take into account the interests and demands while building study programs at our institutions. Next slide. ESG 2015 supports academic integrity and freedom and is vigilant against academic fraud. The policy needs to take into account the national and institutional context. So academic fraud is an important issue, and sometimes when we compare the reports provided by our higher education institutions with the current situation that is going on at the universities, we see that sometimes the results are not too very much transparent, and we need to do a lot in this respect in order to make the universities be more transparent and more fair in terms of providing us with fair results and for building such an area, transparent area for the which will be beneficial not only for the universities, but the results will help the students to choose the right study program and to benefit from this study program upon graduation. Universities have established procedures for the design and approval of their programs. The study programs are designed so that they meet the objectives set for them, including the intended learning outcomes. The qualification resulting from a program refers to the correct level of the new national qualifications framework for higher education and consequently to the framework for qualifications of the European higher education area. Here we did a lot in order to meet all these criteria and to make it compatible with the QF EAGA, as well as lifelong learning system, which is the UNESCO ISCED level for higher education levels. And now we can say that we have a lot of achievements in this respect, and we are on our way to build meaningful learning outcomes for each level of higher education system and for each study program which is available within this 3-cycle level. Problems that exist in the context of student-centered learning, quality, and assessment. The diversity of students and their needs are not fully taken into consideration, enabling flexible learning paths to different types of the students. A variety of pedagogical methods are not fully and flexibly used by the universities. Some universities do not regularly evaluate and adjust the modes of delivery and pedagogical methods. The autonomy of the learner is not fulfilled in some cases. There are no regulations yet for providing a learner with autonomy. The universities do not have appropriate procedures for dealing with student complaints. No student support services are established yet to facilitate them throughout the period of study program. There are certain student support services at the universities, but they do occasional work, and when we compare the dropout rates of the universities, we see that from the first year of their studying up to the last year of the studying, there are again very solid numbers that speak loud of the fact that these student support services do not have a certain strategy how to integrate the students and to reduce these dropout rates and to improve the graduate rates at the universities. Teaching staff is a sensitive issue in Armenia because there are still several problems connected with their workloading, how to integrate the research component in the workloading of the teachers in order to enable them to spend more time on their research and to advance their research career. Higher education institutions have established regulations for fair and transparent recruitment and development of the staff, but in some cases they are left on the paper and not always appropriately used by the universities. So this is all that I have managed to introduce within the time frame I was allowed to. Thank you very much, and I'm ready to answer all your questions.
Thank you very much, Lucine. Very, very good, very comprehensive, and thank you for pointing to the challenges. I think many institutions can relate to that, and many systems can relate to that. I would like to open the discussion. If there are any specific questions for Lucine on the Armenian context and/or anything you would like to share in reflection on your own national context, please go ahead. Yes, one and then two.
In one of your slides, you said ESG 2015 supports academic integrity and freedom, and it's vigilant against academic fraud. But you commented on it that the following policy should take into account the national and institutional context. You mean the national context or whatever should change to fit, or the policy, the ESG policy should be changed to fit your situation?
We are on our way to adopt a new higher education law which prescribes certain restrictions how to introduce the situation at the universities and to be far from introducing this academic front and to integrate more transparent tools which will reflect the current situation in higher education institutions and ensure the students, the graduate students as well as the international students to choose the right program with the right teaching staff and with the right expectations.
So you're going to change in the higher education in Armenia to fit with the policy, not the other way around?
I don't understand your question.
Because in your slide you said the policy, the ESG policy, and you said that this policy should take into account the national and institutional context, as if you're aiming in the slide to say maybe we can recommend to change the policy, not rather changing in the institutions in Armenia to fit with the policy.
That is why I have mentioned that we are changing the law on higher education in order to improve the situation here, because the old law didn't dwell on how to control and to manage the situation in the universities in terms of ensuring them to be more honest and more transparent. So this new law, this new regulation will be more sensitive towards all these kinds of
So you'll be changing to comply with the policy?
Yes.
Okay, the slide showed something else. Thank you.
There was a second question here.
Thank you. I have actually two questions. First questions, could you please briefly explain how your agency financed, in which sources? And second question, do you have a national law about accreditation and whether it's allowed to make accreditation in Armenia for international quality assurance agencies? International quality assurance agencies, or acting in Armenia only your agency? Thank you.
Okay, so the funds which are allocated for the ANCA are coming from the government of the Republic of Armenia, as well as from other sources, from the different international programs our national agency is currently involved in, as well as from the funds coming from the universities, which have to pay for the accreditation procedures, which ANCA is responsible for at this moment, in order to invite external experts and so on, to maintain all these procedures. Connected with the higher education, national law on higher education, we have had a new, we are not on our way to have this, to adopt this new law on higher education in our country, and of course the accreditation is a must for all our higher education institutions, but it is not restricted only to ANCA. For example, American University of Armenia was accredited not in Armenia but somewhere else, probably in the USA, and it is just the choice of the university where to go through its accreditation procedures and to get accreditation in order to be able to be eligible to carry out higher education and to provide study programs on different levels.
The quality of teaching staff is very important for assuring quality. And from that point of view, the issue that you raise about teaching staff, that though regulations are being established, still are not appropriately used. Can you be more specific? What exact challenges do you endure with the recruitment of teaching staff, and how do universities deal with these issues? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very important question for all of us, as all of us are professors at the university, and we strive to have more or less good working conditions in order to not only spend time on our lecturing, but on improving our research career as well. So here we have two problems. The first problem is connected with the recruitment procedure, where sometimes the universities recruit their professorship not on the transparent terms, for example, via publishing this vacancy calls in local newspapers, or just in spreading the information in the social media as well, but they just do it at random. So, for example, they find a suitable person for them to lecture for this or that course, and they can recruit them without taking into account the other people's interests, and, for example, to make this call more or less more transparent in order to attract other candidates as well for this position. And the next question, which is very important and which was raised at the Yerevan ministerial conference, is connected with the working conditions of our teaching staff. So unfortunately, I can say that the workloading of our teachers at the universities is too high. It's from 1,000 hours, academic hours per year, and if we divide it, is from 24 to 30 hours per week of teaching in class, and it is too much to have time, efforts, energy to write a very good, meaningful article and publish it in a very good and solid academic journal, to be recognized by the others, to go through other initiatives, and to be able to get acquainted with all the changes which are taking place, not only within his or her specific sphere, for example, mathematics or biology and so on, but also in the frame of all these higher education changes, and to be, for example, more or less aware of what is going on in the quality assurance system, and how to use to benefit this ESG 2050 for their personal needs. So this is the most problematic issue in the context of our quality assurance of teaching staff, and I think it should be improved in order to have a more modern quality culture at our higher education institutions. to have a meaningful accreditation for each study program and invite experts from different countries in order to give their overview and dwell on the results within a fixed period of time, which is required for the universities to go through this study program accreditation.
Any further questions for Lucine? Okay. I forgot to mention, in the pre-survey that we did ask about your national quality assurance systems. We asked about to what extent you had institutional accreditation versus institutional audit versus program accreditation. I decided not to present that because it didn't give us a very clear picture, also because some of the respondents came from the same country. But that being said, you have, I don't know to what extent it's up to date, but the recent stock-taking report, implementation report of the Bologna process, which is available on the EHEA website, which gives a picture of some of the different elements of implementation of the European standards and guidelines in Bologna countries. We have now, for Northern Africa and the Middle East, a current source that Mustafa has just referenced in his presentation, a current publication. And I would also note the work that's been done of AKAHE, which is an Arab network of quality assurance agencies, which also has a lot of resources on its website on higher education quality assurance in the Arab countries. Okay, thank you very much, Lucine. Thank you for your presentation. We are very punctual, which is good. This gives you ample time for lunch. Please be back in the room, ready to start in 1 hour's time. So that is at 2:20. We want to start a little bit early because we have a very full afternoon and we want to allow you time also for the breakout sessions this afternoon. So please be back at 2:20 from lunch, and thank you very much for your participation this morning.
Lunch is served in a room on this floor, in room 214, that direction. Just near the buffer.
Quality assurance, and that of an agency focusing on external quality assurance, so she can bring in both of those perspectives. Today she's going to be focusing on external quality assurance, and she's going to be elaborating a little bit more the European context for collaboration in external quality assurance and between quality assurance agencies. So I invite Therese to take the floor.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll first test the microphone and the effect it gets on you. So can people sitting in the back hear me? Yes, no, nodding, yes, great. And without too much echo? Is that okay? All right. More or less. More like that? Yes, closer? Is it better? Yes? Okay, well, we'll try to get our way through, but if there is any impossibility to hear me, just wave and I'll try to make an effort, and at last resort I'll try to go there. Although over there you will only be able to see the top of my head, I think, so that's why I'm trying in that way first. All right. Oh, the sun is here. I can't. Okay, it's just warming up. So in the meanwhile, I'll first, well, Elizabeth already introduced me, so I guess I don't need to do that by myself. What I would like to precise before starting really my presentation is that, as Elizabeth mentioned, I'm currently the Deputy Director for Higher Education Policy at the European University Association, and previously I was the project manager in the French-speaking Belgian Quality Assurance Agency. So as I'm not working there anymore, obviously today I'm not representing agencies as such. What I'll try to share with you is really an insight into the role and also the profile and the context for operating for external quality assurance from my own perspective and from from my own experience, let's say. All right, next. Yep. So that's just an outline of what we're going to address in this session. First, a little word on the context of EQA in the European higher education area, and then a few words on the European standards and guidelines and the role of agencies, some current trends and challenges for external quality assurance in the higher education, in the European higher education area, and then I'll conclude with a few considerations for the areas of for collaboration for QA agencies. Okay, it got a bit warmer. Yes, it's much better. Thank you very much. So next, please. So first, just a few words on the context. I'll go very quickly through that because from the result of the survey Elizabeth presented earlier, I understand that you're already well aware of all these concepts of variety of systems and diversity, etc. So I won't go in length. Yep, it's a bit shaky. Through this, but basically in the European higher education area, as you may be aware, there is a variety of approaches when creating a national QA framework. We had accreditation of programs or institutions, we have evaluations, audits. The evaluation audits or accreditation exercises can be enhancement-led, can be peer review, etc. And at the same time, there are different levels of institutional autonomy. When creating internal QA systems, and countries and institutions are also, of course, at different stages in implementing their national and institutional QA frameworks. So this whole picture makes it clear that the ESG provide a framework for sharing objectives and also shared objectives to reach a common agreement on objectives and exchanges of good practices in the EHEA. Next, please. I won't detail this because I think actually Colin had exactly the same slides. So it ended up in principles that are still written in the introductory part, I think, of the ESG version 2015, the primary responsibility of institutions, of course, the ultimate development of a quality culture, etc. Next, please. Thank you. So now, just to talk more precisely about the relation between internal QA and external QA. The role of external QA is to provide a way for autonomous institutions to demonstrate their accountability externally. So it's an important role in the sense that it provides this external insight on what the institutions do and how they do it. It supports also the higher education institutions in constant enhancement of higher education provision and its quality assurance. So there is this interaction, let's say, between internal processes and also external processes. We'll go through that into more detail in the next section. And external and internal QA, of course, build on each other. In other words, external QA can only be successful if it takes into account and is informed by internal QA, and at the same time, internal QA can be further developed and supported by the results, but also the processes of external QA. I'm thinking in particular, for example, to self-evaluations that are really at the basis of any external evaluation exercise. It's based on a self-evaluation from the institution, from the entity where the evaluated program is situated, etc. And the process itself actually may already trigger, enhance, improve, contribute to support the internal mechanisms in place and or to really incentivize the entity or the institution to install new internal quality assurance mechanisms. Next, please. All right, let's go through the ESG into a bit more detail. You can give next. Yes. So what I just said is reflected in the very way the ESG is conceived as a document, as you already know, because that was also in Colin's slides. The ESG are composed of three parts. The first part on internal QA within the institutions, external QA carried out by quality assurance agencies, and the third part is about the quality assurance of quality assurance agencies. What I just would like, well, I guess you all know that already because you're also experts in your country, and you have expertise also on the ESG. What I would like to underline here is really how intrinsically related, interlinked the three parts are. The second part builds on the first part, and the third part takes into account what agencies do in the second part. In other words, the ESG is really that reference document that is based on the assumption that other stakeholders do work and contribute to a common understanding of QA and do work towards the same framework, that higher education institutions and quality assurance agencies both contribute to a mutual understanding of quality assurance and to set up a common framework. It is not the role of the agency to really implement part one, because of course it's for institutions, but to ensure that the institutions have reliable and well-functioning mechanisms in place to address part one. How do they know that they know, basically? The ESG are applicable to all types of higher education, and that is now explicitly written and in the ESG, of 2015, irrespective of mode of provision or place of delivery, which means that, for example, it may also apply to e-learning, digital learning, etc. And this actually can be quite a challenge for some agencies, because of course they would have questions such as how exactly to evaluate e-learning, how would you set up the criteria for that? Would there be the same criteria than for, let's say, more traditional learning, etc., etc. In tomorrow's session, we will also come back to e-learning, differences of delivery modes, etc. So we'll have other opportunities to address that field as well. And then about just a few definitions, I guess they are clear for many of you already. The idea is that the standards in the ESG are agreed and accepted practice and should be taken into account of and adhered to. And the guidelines that complement each standard explain why the standard is important and describe how standards might be implemented, taking into account, of course, the variety of context, learning environments, etc., etc. Next, please. Thank you. So just to underline a few changes, I have a lot of overlaps with Colin, so I won't go through all the points in detail because he already addressed some. Yes, so the main changes in ESG 2015 are the rearrangement so that the overall document is more coherent. He already said that as well. What I would like to underline here is also that further consideration was given to each stakeholder's responsibility in QA. I'm giving here an example. For example, I think it's the ESG 1.10 or 1.9 about cyclical reviews, that institutions should undergo cyclical reviews, that they should do that based on a periodicity. Yeah? It's not just we do it once and then it's finished. That ESG was actually in part 2 in the version of 2005. But then the idea of switching it into part 1 was to say that it is actually the responsibility of the institutions to undergo cyclical reviews. So it's really up to them to do that. And also, for example, in the context of an open QA area, that they can go for one agency at the first time and also go for another agency in a few years' time, for example. The ESG 2015 focus on learning and teaching, that has already been mentioned as well, and specifically on some issues such as learning environment, links to research and innovation, and student-centered learning. Of course, the ESG 2005 already put it quite clearly that it was on teaching and learning, but here the difference is that there is further precision on the areas of focus, let's say. And then the ESG applied to agencies wherever they carry out EQA and whether the activities are compulsory or voluntary, which means that cross-border QA needs to be compliant too. And finally, it underlines the importance of enhancement for all QA processes, and that couldn't be stressed enough. So that's why I guess we are repeating it from presentation to presentation. Next, please. Thank you. So what I'm going to do now is that I'm going through a few ESG in part 2 and then a few ESG in part 3, mostly to show you with the part 2 how it outlines the role of quality assurance agencies, and then somehow a certain profile of quality assurance agencies in the European higher education area. So these are all the ESGs that are in part 2. Next, please. The first one being external quality assurance should address the effectiveness of the internal QA. So that's really the linkage between the part 1 and the part 2. The second one that I wanted to explore with you, actually I won't explore it with you because I think there is another session actually fully dedicated to that. The importance of having peer review experts, external experts of course, that include a student member or several student members. It's a new standard, although peer reviews, of course, were already mentioned in the guidelines in 2005. And it also put some pressure on quality assurance agencies, on some of them at least, that do not really have that habit, that are not really used to systematically include a student member. And this also needs to be considered combined with other requirements, such as, for example, in guidelines, there is the recommendation to include international experts. So, of course, for some agencies, it's also a way of seeing how to make it operational. It may be a cultural and or practical challenge. Next, please. Yes. So this is new. Well, this is phrased in a new way, let's say. ESG 2.6 about reporting. This ESG was modified with regard also to the whole discussion about transparency and how available to the public the information should be. And also, it comes also from the ambiguity that was pinpointed in the previous version of ESG about the reports. So it's always been there that the reports should be published, but there was an ambiguity as on whether they should be published in full or whether, for example, summaries or just a publication of the result in some way are sufficient. So now it's very explicit. It's about public information. Full reports by the experts should be published, should be clear, and should be accessible to the academic community, to external partners, and other interested individuals. And then if there is any formal decision of accreditation, for example, it should also be clearly published and stipulated together with the report. Sorry, 2.7, which is the last one of part 2 I would like to explore with you, is about complaints and appeals. This is actually a quite new requirement as well, that it's really now part of EQA processes and required for all procedures, whether they are formal outcomes or not. It could represent a change for many agencies that they should set up a compliance and appeal process. Here I would like to just give the example of my former employer, which is the Agency for Evaluation of Quality of Higher Education in the French-speaking part of Belgium. This agency is performing what we call formative evaluations, which means that there is no yes-no decision afterwards. It does not accredit. It drafts and then publishes formative reports that are really aiming at enhancing the quality of higher education and of institutions. So with regard to that ESG, the agency now has a complaints and appeal procedure. But the debate, when it was about how should we implement it, should we have it or not, was mostly about whether formal outcomes or not. How would we conceive a complaints and appeal procedure where actually there is no formal decision? So what should we be appealing against? How should institutions do that? Especially taking into account that actually in the agency's procedures, there's always been a possibility of responding to the results of the evaluation, which means that all the reports were published in full, and at the end, there is, it's a very formal document. At the end, there is a space for the institution to say we have nothing to respond to the results of this evaluation, or we would like to object. We don't agree with your recommendation. We don't agree with your conclusion, and so the institution has the right to write it down, and it's published together with the evaluation report. So that was already existing before the complaints and appeals procedure. And then the agency finally decided that it should have a complaint and appeal procedure, and which focuses more on the elements of the code of deontology. And if there is any criticism that should be brought as on the procedure of evaluation itself, or for example on things that would come against what's set as the, I guess, as the agency's official procedure. So it was really actually an appeal and complaint procedure based on formal elements. We think you have not been independent enough. We think that the results were influenced by this or that, or things like that. It hasn't served yet, so there was no complaint, no appeal lodged at this stage. So we also would need to monitor and assess, I guess, the impact of that procedure afterwards. Next, please. Thank you. So in part 3, I'll just focus on three standards, and mostly because I believe it kind of also outlines somehow a profile of quality assurance agencies operating in the European higher education area. The first one is about official status. Next one, please. Yep. Agencies should have an established legal basis and should be formally recognized as QAs by competent authorities. And here, what's interesting is that the recognizing public authority does not need to be a country, or does not need to be necessarily a country of the European higher education area. And actually, from my experience, again with Belgium, but also with a program called the Institutional Evaluation Program, that is an independent membership service of EUAs, the European so-called authorities may also serve here as the established legal basis, which basically means that being listed in ECAR and being a full member of ENCA also gives this kind of basis sometimes for agencies to operate. I'm giving an example here. The Belgian agency was set up by 2001, 2002, I think, and then in 2008 there was a law that really changed its organization and also granted more independence and changed the way of operating. And it was based on the idea that the agency is a full member of ENCA, and this also grants a kind of basis for operating. Next, please. Independence. Somebody asked a question about independence earlier, I think, so I hope this will also partly respond to what was asked earlier. What exactly means independence? Agencies should be independent and act autonomously. They should have full responsibility for their operations and the outcomes of those operations without third-party influence. And then in the guidelines, there is an explanation of what we mean by 3 dimensions of independence. First of all, it's organizational independence. It means that this needs to be stated in official documents, in the legal framework, in a law, in some kind of documents that really concretely writes on paper that the agency is operating independently of third parties. May they be government, public authorities, or higher education institutions themselves. Then there is operational independence, which means that the agency should be independent in terms of setting up and also monitoring and undergoing their procedures, and also that the panel of experts, the evaluation panels, should be fully independent. At the Belgian agency, there is a whole procedure, well, we used to call that the jurisprudence, on how to select independent experts, that they should be independent from institutions. If they are graduate from an institution, it should be for over 10 years, and then they shouldn't have that sustainable and sustained and continued relationship with an institution that is evaluated. For example, they cannot serve in the juries for phases, they cannot provide traineeships, etc. So there is really a whole set of rules for operational independence in that regard. And actually the direct consequence of that is that many of peer reviewers for the agencies are international experts, because of course Belgium is a very small region, and it's quite difficult if you evaluate, for example, the 6 universities altogether in a cluster program, to have people who are peers, so expert in those programs, and who are not from one of the institutions. So it ended up in having a lot of international experts, French-speaking experts, in the pool. And then the independence of formal outcomes, which means that, for example, for the written reports, there should be no interference with the outcome, with the final findings and recommendations from the panel. Next, please. 3.6 is about the professional conduct. Agencies should have in place processes for internal quality assurance related to defining, assuring, and enhancing the quality and integrity of their activities. And there are several, the guidelines really detail this into high professional standards, integrity, indispensable, processes for establishing the status and recognition of institutions. There is a need of a policy with appropriate communication with the relevant authorities of those jurisdictions where they operate, and ensure that any activities carried out and material produced by subcontractors are also in line with the ESG. In other words, the agency that takes the responsibility of subcontracting its procedure or part of its procedure is also responsible for ensuring that what these subcontractors do are also in line with the ESG. Next, please. This comes in a context where agencies have started and will increasingly start, let's say, to operate abroad. So we are touching upon the topic of cross-border quality assurance, and possible concerns rather than issues regarding the seriousness and ESG compliance of the activities led abroad. And then agencies also need to create such policies and processes where they do not exist yet. It is not the case in all agencies, so they still need to implement it. Next, please. Thank you. Okay, I'm going through the part on current trends and challenges for external quality assurance, and this provides a bit like the broader picture of the context in which agencies are operating, and I think it also touches upon a few trends in the higher education changes as well. Next, please. Yep. So first of all, at the European higher education area level, if I'd address an overall picture, we could say that external accountability of agencies is widely accepted and expected. And by far, most countries have now an independent QA agency compared to a minority of countries 10 years ago. I have to say that this probably goes hand to hand with another development, which is of course the development of internal quality assurance. In 2009-2011, EUA has conducted a project called Examining Quality Culture in Higher Education Institutions. And in the framework of that project, we actually conducted a survey, and one of the questions was to the institutions, and one of the questions was, when have you set up a internal quality assurance system? And actually 2/3 of the 220 and some respondents responded that they have started doing that as from 2005, which is also the year when the first ESGs were adopted. So there was, in the past 10 years, 15 years, there's also been an increase in the importance of internal quality assurance, and I guess that also goes hand to hand. Agencies are in different stages of development regarding ESG. Several requirements in ESG, the new version, are, for example, good practice for some time already for some agencies, but still a challenge for others. I'm thinking, for example, about including a student systematically in evaluation panels, also student-centered learning, etc. And it's also a response to rapidly changing environment, because as we mentioned it already several times, there are also trends emerging, evolving, and getting more and more developed in higher education, such as e-learning, cross-border provision, and the emergence of a quite competitive environment for EQA. Next, please. Thank you. Some hot topics in agencies' work right now. What we can see, and that was demonstrated by several studies, there's a move to softer approaches, more fitness for purpose, especially in well-established QA systems. The question being, okay, there's been probably one or several rounds of accreditation. What next? how to still continue to encourage, to support the continued improvement and enhancement of higher education institutions. So we can see that, for example, there are more institutional approaches, risk-based methods, more flexible methods, or method-based, or more based, on IQA, institutional priorities, etc. I have to say that it's not univocal. It doesn't mean necessarily that accreditation is not there anymore. On contrary, I think there is a study from Eurydice of 2015 that still demonstrates on a map of Europe that accreditation is still the most used, let's say, provision of external quality assurance across Europe. Sorry, I forgot to add one thing, is that of course it can be combined. We can have accreditation, but also combined with something that is more of a softer approach, as we would call it here, which is more enhancement-led, etc. How to measure and reward excellence, that's another topic. How to go beyond minimum standards, more attention to impact. There is a question also for agencies to demonstrate that they are worth the money they are spending, they are worth the money they are given to spend on external quality assurance. Greater importance given to quality, usefulness, and readability of report. There is certainly also a relation with the growing importance of rankings as an information source, that quality assurance in that regard should also be more readable, transparent, but also just more readable, that the report should be clearer and more accessible to the general public and not only for specialists. And then there is a question of broadening of activities, activities of consultancy, support, training, studies to support policymaking, etc., etc. Then, of course, it involves a few questions such as what are the resources? Is there an adequate separation between QA activities and consultancy? If you're evaluating institutions, can you, before or afterwards, go and advise them on how to best implement things? And then competences and staff training. Is the staff really already trained on how to do that so that they can take up all these new issues? Next, please. Okay. The last part of my presentation is about areas for collaboration for QA agencies. Yeah, next. So in theory, there are several possibilities, and I'm sure actually there are many more, for coordinating EQA at regional level. We could have, for example, a regional or sub-regional agency or a mechanism for accrediting institutions or programs, or both. We could have a regional agency for supervising, coordinating, and supporting national agencies. We could have a regional code for good practices in EQA in order to make practices evolve and change and converge. This is the case, for example, of ESG, and we could have a regional register of agencies based on a code of good practices. This is, for example, the case of a register, and lighter modalities for collaborating, such as networks for sharing good practices, for valorizing the partners' experiences, a regional pool of external evaluators that might be, for example, useful for smaller countries, also to mutualize their resources, and collaboration or pool based on the language, for example. In any case, the decision-making level remains national, which means that basically it's the member state that still have that competence and decide on what transfer of what competence they would allow for external quality assurance, and based on also a principle of subsidiarity, which means determining basically what's the most appropriate level of governance for conducting some changes, for implementing some features according to a proportionality between the goals and the means. Next, please. Yep. So what does collaborating actually mean? There is a broader context of internationalization of QA agencies. Not only, or not even mainly, about cross-border QA, of course. This is also a question of recognition of the usefulness to use international reviewers, and this is not only for small systems, and also you would witness international collaborative projects and networks ENCA can be an example of network, but we also would have, for example, ECA is or ECA is the European Consortium for Accreditation. The SENCA is the network of quality assurance agencies in Central and Eastern Europe. They do a lot of work and also in terms of exchanging experiences. And FRACSUP is the network. It's been established, I think, 2 years ago. It's a network of French-speaking agencies. And so my former agency in Belgium was part of FRACSUP, also of ENCA and ENCAHE, but I'll just talk about FRACSUP for the time being. What's interesting with that network is that it's based on language, and it's not limited to Europe. So in that network, there is the Swiss Accreditation Council, there are 2 French quality assurance agencies, the Higher Council for evaluation, for research and teaching, but also the Commission for Engineers, for engineering degrees. In France, there is the Senegalese agency and also an agency from Canada. So that's really a cooperation based on a common language. And one of the outcomes from that network is the official translation in French of the ESGs. And there's also an annual conference organized every year, etc. So then there is another question that is closely linked to that, is the recognition of decisions from other EQA bodies. Here you have, of course, you have the role of ECAR. Some countries have already transposed the national legislation. You also have a document called the European Approach for Joint Programs that was adopted by the ministers of the Bologna process gathered in Yerevan in 2015. And I will go a bit further more into detail for that one, joint reviews. Joint reviews are something that the agency in Belgium has experienced, for example, with the Commission for Engineers or with music, which is a quality assurance agency set up for musical education. And the idea here was that only one evaluation will be performed, but jointly between 2 agencies. So for example, I guess together with CTE, the engineers, reviewed all the engineering degrees in the French-speaking part of Belgium, and in collaboration with music, reviewed all the musical degrees at bachelor and master level in Belgium, in French-speaking Belgium. This involved actually quite a lot of work in terms of putting together guidelines and standards used by both agencies into a kind of joint guidelines document. This also involved mixed panels. So the panels were composed by experts nominated and selected by the Belgian agency and also by the disciplinary-based, let's say, agency, engineers or musical education. And what was really interesting also is that actually it's the demand for that kind of joint reviews came from institutions, because the agency conducts program-based evaluations, and those evaluations are mandatory by law. So you must undergo an evaluation in year XY if, for example, you're offering an engineering degree or a musical degree. But the institutions asked actually if they could have a more disciplinary-based approach with a specialized agency, because they also wanted to benefit from their input, and also because actually the CTE is an accrediting agency, so they practice accreditation, and universities in particular who were offering the engineering degrees found it very interesting to also have the CTE accreditation, which has a consequence for graduates, for example, in France. It means that their title in Belgium would be recognized in France as well. Next, please. Yep. So I'll just conclude on this, and then perhaps we can open the floor for questions. Well, those are tentative conclusions, because I'm sure there will be many others you can draw for that. EQAR is something that should be conceived on several levels towards institution. What is the link between internal quality assurance and external quality assurance? At national level, what is the framework? And at regional level, at the level, for example, of Europe, but also in the context of regional networks. how do these different levels articulate to shape a coherent and complementary EQA approach? That's the question. Taking into account a core shared objective, which is to improve the quality of educational provision, the fundamental role of higher education institutions, which, yeah, well, we won't remind it once more, but have the primary responsibility for quality and quality assurance, and the overall societal role, let's say, of EQA in a given country, balancing all kinds of imperatives such as accountability, transparency for the use of public funds, etc. Those are really core questions, to me at least, for collaborating between agencies, but also finding one's own EQA way, let's say, in this context, the most suitable and the most fit for purpose for its own context. Thank you very much. That's all next please. Just to conclude on that, that's all I had to say for the time being. And of course, now I think it's time for discussion. Was it okay, actually, in terms of sound? And yeah, great.
Okay, let's open, talking backwards here. Let's open the floor now. So sound, okay. Let's open the floor. I'm sure you have lots of questions. We have some time for discussion, so please go ahead. We have the microphone in the back, so that's good.
Thank you, Teresa, very much for the presentation. Actually, it's not a question. As for networking, I would like to draw attention to ANCAHI, which is the Arab Network of Quality Assurance in Higher Education, and it has played a great role in introducing quality assurance in the Arab countries, and is still doing the same role.
Yes, I think I heard about that network. Is that correct, Elizabeth? In the event on African, yeah, we had an African project a few weeks, no, last week actually, where there was a representative for that network that made a presentation, and indeed, it was interesting.
Dear Teresa, thank you very much for your very informative presentation. Word quality is very popular in the modern world, and there are many possibilities to assure quality. I would like to comment the role and compare the role of the quality assurance agencies and companies or agencies that certificate management of quality according to the general ISO standard 1901. Thank you.
Okay, there was a little bit of echo into that one. So I hope I grabbed your question in an appropriate way. So you mean certification bodies, or can you give me an example?
For instance, according to the ISO standard 1901, one company estimates activity, management of quality, provides external estimation, peer reviews, and so on. What is the difference, principal difference between this activity and activity of quality assurance agencies?
Okay, Colin might also wish to comment on that one later about the certifications and ISO and etc. No, he doesn't want to. Okay, you're leaving me alone on that one. I think there are several ways, anyway, for institutions to conceive quality, simply. As we said already several times, the ESG is not about quality, it's about quality assurance, and we leave it very open as well. I think the core difference about, for example, okay, let's take ISO because it's easier. The core difference with ISO is that, first of all, ISO is not and has never been a system set up for the specificities of higher education. I think we should say that very clearly. However, I could sense that, for example, for some institutions, it might be interesting to get ISO as a tool for further fostering their management processes, or for fine-tuning processes of, how should I call it to make it clear, gathering together towards a common management tool. I'm giving an example to be more explicit. In Belgium, we evaluated an institution in the course of last year with the agency where they had a whole unit actually at institutional level for quality, internal quality assurance, and they were really doing a great job in terms of trying to really spread and really work from grassroots level about the quality culture, and also at the same time trying to implement tools and trying to liaise with the teachers, etc. At the same time, they went through an ISO certification process. Why? Because that institution was actually the result of the amalgamation of several higher education institutions in the past. And the merger happened like 10 years ago or something like that. And actually, the leadership of that institution found in ISO a tool for triggering these, let's put procedures in common in terms of governance and in terms of management. So to them, in their context, in that specific context, they found it useful. But for example, they were not at all into the whole, we only do ISO, that's what quality assurance means. It might be complementary with other systems, with other perspectives. But quality assurance agencies definitely are operating on a different ground. Firstly, because it's focused on higher education. And secondly, because we do have this whole framework of ESGs, and we do have that intrinsic link between IQA and EQA, and I think it's very important. Yeah. Yes, do comment, please.
You did make me want to say something, because I think the most important message is, as you said, we have our specific framework for higher education, and then there's ISO, which is generic. But I mean, at least then there's no contradiction between them. So there's no problem if an institution wants both, because I mean, there's nothing in the ESG that would contradict what is in ISO or the vice versa. I know that there's at least one agency that has partnered up with some ISO certification institute, and they offer an institutional audit combined with an institutional ISO certification. I don't know if that they have ever done it in practice and how it went and if it was successful. I mean, I think it's, as you say, it's more a bit of a niche, so it's maybe not required that often, but there's at least one agency that I think that tried to do this.
Yeah, another thing that is very trivial but might deserve to be mentioned is that, of course, ISO and alike just cost money. And, well, of course, quality assurance agencies sometimes also cost money, but in some contexts, it's set up by law, so it's mandatory to undergo external quality assurance following an agency, etc., etc. And ISO certification or any other certification would mean additional fees, additional costs, etc. So there is also a kind of cost-benefit factor in here, I guess.
In one of your slides, there was a line that about emergence of more competitive environment for quality assurance agencies. Could you expand about that, because you didn't really explain what it means? Somehow I could assume that I saw in Colin's presentations about that in Germany there are a few quality assurance agencies. Probably they compete with each other, but how it happens, is that what you meant actually?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't really further explore on that, also because I'm not quite sure we wouldn't again address that in tomorrow's session as well. So of course the issue is also, I mean, it's intertwined with cross-border external quality assurance, which means that in some countries, especially when the legislative framework allows so, institutions can decide to undergo external quality assurance with this or that agency that is listed on ECHAR. So this does create, and it was already the case, well, you mentioned the case of Germany, I think it's cas d'école, as we say in French, so it's the case everybody knows. So indeed, it can induce competition and also, let's say, cross-border competition between agencies listed on the register. Well, it's not only competition, actually. It might also be cooperation and might also be a fruitful cooperation. I have in mind the example of, It was a university in Austria. I think it was the University of Graz that decided to take the Finnish quality assurance agency a few years ago and to go with them, basically, for their review. And so that gave place to a quite fruitful cooperation, and it was interesting, I think, for both parties, for the institution to have kind of an international insight. Well, of course, in Austria, I guess they also have international reviewers when they organize it, but to have really that insight from an external, from a non-national agency, and also for the agency that learned a lot about how to conduct reviews in other contexts, in another context. So that's an example. It can also be cooperation.
Comment over here. How are we with the sound? I get the feeling that sometimes with the question and answer portion, it's harder with the sound. But are we?
Thank you very much.
Up, down, down, bad.
For your presentation. And one question about impact. You use one of the trends is evaluation of impact of QA. But you use explanation value for money. What could you specify? What do you mean?
I think basically the question of impacts of higher education in terms of our institutions' value for money, in terms of, you know, are they worth the whole batch of public fundings we inject in them, is also has to be also put in parallel with quality assurance agencies. So agencies most of the time also receive funding, public funding, for operating, and of course there is also a question of value for money for them. So they have to demonstrate somehow that they are useful, that they do make a significant contribution, and that they do make a contribution, especially, for example, for the accountability of the whole higher education system in a country. So that's what I meant. Yeah, well, it's not only money, but they were little things.
Therese, I don't know if it's worth you trying to answer the next questions from the podium.
Okay, I'll try that.
I think the acoustic has been bad. We apologize for this. We tried adjusting the mic volume that apparently didn't help. I would remind you that we're in a different venue tomorrow, so hopefully that will fix it. But we do the best we can.
Okay, I'll do my best. I hope you hear me. Okay, because I have a note here. Please speak closer to the microphone, but I can't because I would need a step actually if I want to do it. Okay. But anyway, there's no question anymore, so that's fine.
I actually have a question to follow up on that question, because it's very interesting. Are a lot of agencies refining their mission or their business plan, so to speak, with an eye towards doing more cross-border evaluations or operating more in other countries?
You mean a change in their mission, or
is it becoming a new area of activity for them?
A new area of activity, yes, because of course, I mean, I think we talked already about a lot about going cross-border recognition, etc. I think the real challenge here is actually how to translate it in operational terms for agencies, and also how to translate it in a way that is acceptable/accepted by the national framework. Again, I'll try to give an example based on my past experience in an agency, in the Belgian agency. It's not that they don't want to, it's just that it's also complicated from a resource point of view to fully implement that. If tomorrow there are 10 institutions from I don't know where, from a Francophone country, obviously, because it operates based on, the procedures are based in French. But for example, if tomorrow 10 French universities go to the Belgian agency and say, okay, evaluate all our programs in XY field, I'm not sure the agency would be able to pull that out, simply because it has its annual plan. It has also limited capacities in terms of generating, managing the pool of experts, etc., etc. So it also needs for agencies to take that step to further think about how they can operationalize things so that they don't lose their own identity in a way, if I can use the term identity, which I don't really like here, but without losing their specificity, and while still continuing to perform the duties as they are set up to by the national framework. So yeah, it's a balance.
Yes, as our subject is AQ agencies, I have a question. How can AQ agencies that are addressing more the questions of enhancement, of continuous improvement, of implementation of a quality culture in institution, how can they influence the ranking agencies? Because we know that these cultures are very different, and that our universities are very much interested by their rankings, and that most of the time many of the resources, financial and human resources, are put in the question of ranking because it has a direct rentability for the attractiveness of the university. So how can we deal with this question, and how can these AQ agencies influence? What are the projects, what are the possibilities?
It's a very good question, because I believe actually it's the core question. It's the question really at the core of what we are trying to explore here. How could they encourage, how could they foster quality enhancement? Well, I guess there are many elements, but I'll think about, from the top of my head, I will think about two elements. The first one is really to embed that principle into their official documents. That it should be clearly said the agency is in the perspective of trying to, first of all, relate IQA and EQA together. I think that's the case in most of agencies in the European higher education area, but also that the final aim of quality assurance exercises is really for enhancement. It's an enhancement-led perspective. The second part is, I think it's a way of seeing what's exactly the place of enhancement. Well, what's the place how the procedures of the agency, I mean the very procedures really, like during the site visit, etc., would embrace the theme of enhancement when they go to evaluate institutions. So what is the importance of given to, for example, to valorize what IQA does? What is the importance given to how the governance of the institution or of the entity, depending on the approach, valorizes also the expansion or the development of a quality culture, and if quality assurance kind of remains a mere system where you have tools, you have mechanisms, or if it's really related to this more cultural, to this more mindset-related element, if it's really embedded at grassroots level, so for teachers, for students, for staff, etc., that basically they're all working together into that quality culture. But perhaps yourself could comment on that, because actually Nada was chairing one of our evaluation committees, and that was enhancement was one of the core principle in the, I guess, in the Belgian agency's guidelines as well, that we should try to valorize that at grassroots level. Have I answered your question? No? Okay.
Please.
Question is very general, and it tackle any kind of strategic document or a regional approach when it comes to regional collaboration in external quality assurance, and any particular strategy for the certain region.
Are there any particular? I didn't get the first part of your question. If there are particular regional
strategic documents or any kind of regional approach that is planned when it comes to regional collaboration and external quality assurance.
You mean in Europe or in general?
Yes, in Europe.
If there is any regional, strategic documents on external quality assurance. I think that's a question rather for Colin, actually, on external quality assurance at regional level. Well, it depends what you understand by regional, because to me ESG, for example, is already a regional document. So I don't know if you're thinking about one region in particular, or if you are
maybe the one that was recently agreed on joint programs, which was mentioned in one slide.
Yes. Well, I can develop on that one if you want. The European approach for joint programs was a document adopted in the course of the Bologna process, and it was mostly to address the question of how to ensure that joint programs that are going international, so that are joint between between two or several countries, can be quality assured, let's say. And this document, you can find it very easily on the internet, I'm sure, basically is based on the ESG, but gives a set of standards based on the structure of the ESG to indicate how it could be done regarding joint programs, and also the added value of that jointness, if I can say so. And the idea is that this European approach for joint programs would kind of contribute to implement, to raise awareness raise first the importance of mutual recognition, and also to try to improve mutual recognition. This takes place in a context where basically it was found out that joint programs are of course considered as very interesting, also part of this whole internationalization of higher education trend. But sometimes it can be very burdensome because different countries have different quality assurance requirements, and it might be quite burdensome for people who want to implement a joint degree to undergo one to several either accreditation or evaluation processes. So this document is really is a strategic document, and is really meant for people to understand that mutual recognition, basically the joint program just should go through one round, if you want, of quality assurance, and the results should be recognized at European level. Yeah, but it dates from 2015, so the implementation still needs to be monitored, and we'll need to see the development in this area in the upcoming years, I think.
Therese also mentioned some pilot projects that ECA has carried out along these lines, looking specifically at joint degrees. The Bologna document covers joint programs, which is a wider category. This could be any sort of collaboratively delivered program that doesn't necessarily lead to a joint degree.
Yeah.
It's important to keep in mind. But this is an officially endorsed document of the Bologna process, and as Therese said, how it's now being actually implemented and utilized, we don't yet know. I think we will move on to the next session. I should remind you that we have breakout groups coming up after this session. Yeah, you had a question or no? We have breakout groups coming up, and we will, in the breakout groups, take up again this notion of collaboration in external quality assurance. So if you have further questions on that topic, or if you didn't quite get, because of the acoustic issue, if you didn't quite get all the remarks, we will have a breakout session on it. And we will also have a breakout session that Therese will be leading on external QA more generally. So that would be also an occasion to clarify with Therese some specific issues that you might not have grabbed. Yeah, you had a comment? Yes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just a comment. In one of your slides, although I didn't get it, my colleague told me about it, you said that quality assurance agencies, the issue in the phone is that, in microphone, is that you have to raise your voice, not just get it closer. I loved your lecture, but your voice was very low, so I couldn't catch most of the stuff you said. Now, about competition between ranking bodies and quality assurance. Now, if we look at students, let's be realistic. Students do not look for quality assurance when they want to enter a university. They look at the score of the ranking bodies, and in their indicators, neither the quality assurance nor accreditation is there. The ranking bodies, you name it, QSTHE, U-Multirank, US, there are plenty of ranking bodies. None of their indicators consider accreditation or quality assurance. So, and students do consider the accredited university more than just, or they look into ranking more than accreditation, into ranking more than accreditation. What's your opinion in this matter? I'm telling you about an experience. This is what I see students aiming for. They look at ranking bodies. What do you rank in your region? What do you rank in the world? They don't look simply only for accreditation. So if we need to compete, we need to make sure that our customer, which are the university students, they are looking for ranking more nowadays than accreditation. So what's your opinion on this matter?
Okay, are you ready to spend the night here? I'm about to. I think I could comment the whole night through about that issue. So we can also continue our comments. They would get promoted on the basically career path. EUA has conducted a whole project about that called the impact of rankings in institutional processes and strategies, which was published, I think, in 2014 or 2015. Ranking do have that focus on research-based indicators, while the ESG very much actually focus on teaching and learning. So they are not really assessing or proposing to assess research as such, although of course the link with research is also underlined. So that's a first difference. The second point, but perhaps the students could also comment that further. I'm actually not that sure that we can say in a monolithic way that students all kind of plebiscite rankings as an information source against quality assurance alike reports, let's say. I'm not saying at all that all students read QA reports, let's be realistic. I actually don't think it's the case. There is something also with the narrative of the reports that is not always accessible to let's say, future students or to a more general audience. But I think there were several studies, and also in the course of the project on the impact of rankings, I just mentioned earlier, we conducted several study visits in institutions where we met students, etc. There were focus groups. And it turns out that it really depends on the context, and it really depends on what the students are looking for as type of information. For example, and even in countries like the United Kingdom, where sort of rankings or classifications are part of the culture, let's say, because they've had these league tables for forever, basically. It's not that common, for example, that they would look at that in priority for choosing their bachelor, but it might have more importance when choosing their master. So I don't think the picture is that univocal, let's say. But of course, this needs to be taken into consideration, the growing importance of rankings as an information source.
Okay, very last comment from Colin on that topic, and then we need to move on.
Thanks. If I may jump in on the ranking point, I think it's really also on top of the differences that Therese explained. It's also important to know that rankings and quality assurance are different animals, and it's not the point of competing with each other. I mean, especially I think if you talk about accreditation, I mean, if you are not accredited, you shouldn't even show up in a decent ranking. I mean, because you would expect to see only accredited institution in the ranking, obviously. And I think it's a bit like I always like analogies with cars. I mean, you take your car every year to the technical check, and that just says your car is good. But I mean, then on the other hand, if you want to buy a new car, you might also buy one of these fancy magazines that compares different cars and rates them. And I mean, both things have their point, and both things are there to ensure quality in that case and to enhance transparency. But I think it's not necessarily a competition that should be seen between them.
Thank you, Colin. And probably another consideration, and this might be now for our students who will speak next, is one thing is institutional operations, another thing is student selection and student perception. And I think, like you said, we're talking about two slightly different animals here. Okay, thank you very much to Therese. Thank you to all of you for your comments one last time. I would like to give the floor now to Nicolas Patrici, who will be chairing the next session. We have 3 speakers. One will be giving a presentation. This is Adam from ASU, the European Students' Union, and 2 other speakers from the national HERE teams who will be presenting but also reacting to Adam's presentation, also coming from student unions. So I leave the floor now to Nico. I take the comment that it's better that you speak loud and not necessarily just close to the microphone. So we try it again. This is the last round with the microphones in this room, so bear with us. And thank you everyone for your patience.
Okay, so we will continue. Maybe Adam can come to the stage. I don't know, I don't see him. Adam in the room? Ah, okay, come here. Yeah, it's easier. I'm sorry. Okay, and the two students that have to comment, I would also like to have them here with me, if they can just come forward. So one, yeah, just sit here. Okay, good. So before giving the floor to Adam, just briefly what we expect from this session. We have been talking about the revised version of the standard guidelines, the institutional approaches, etc. And we haven't really talked so far about the role of students and how students see this process and how they can participate in this process and actually how they are participating in this process, which is probably, if not the most, it's a very important part of the whole quality assurance processes, and in particular a very important, in my opinion, aspect of the creation of a quality assurance culture inside an institution. Counting with the student participation, it's probably one of the most relevant variables. In order to see how a student see this process and how a student have been engaging, in particular from the vision or under the framework of the revised version of the ESG or the European Standards and Guidelines, Adam will make a 25 minutes presentation, and then we will have two comments, and I hope after that we engage in a very rich debate before the coffee and before the groups. So, please.
Thank you very much. Hello everybody, my name is Adam and I represent here European Students' Union, the organization which I'll present in a second. But in the beginning I would like to thank you for inviting us here, since we are always very happy that students are present at conferences and we are able to present students' point of view, because as I think and I hope we all agree, quality assurance without students it does not work. And I'm very happy that you are eager to accept us and to hear us. And this is why I also would like to present you our point of view on how important it is that European standards and guidelines, they include also a standard on student-centered learning, on which I will talk in a bit. So can we have the next slide? So to present the organization very briefly, since I'm a bit convinced that not all of you know ESO, because you also not come from, you not all come from European countries. European Students' Union is an umbrella organization of 45 union of students in Europe from 38 countries. These numbers are different because from some countries we have 2 members, and we represent through our members 20 million students all over Europe. So it's like a huge, and we are the only such a representative organization for students in Europe. The thing is that we also represent some values which are which we work on through our board members, and one of the most important thing is that we accept all people, all organizations, no matter of their points of view on political, religion or ethnic situation. And we have criteria for our members, and the most basic ones are listed here, and these are that organization in ESO shall be students run, autonomous from government usually, representative, and they have to work democratically. Okay, the next slide please. We work on education, usually within Europe. Most important of the organization which we work with is of course European Union, Council of Europe, but most of all European Higher Education Area is our Apple and I. So Bologna follow-up group, of which we are members, is very important. And also we try to work with UNESCO as well on education. And our vision is that we all shall have, not only in Europe, but in the whole world, equal educational and social opportunities in an open democratic Europe where students shape a sustainable future. Like still Europe here, but this year we also opened a global agenda of the organization. I will talk later about that. Next slide, please. So these are our members. Some of these members are represented by people in this room. So this is Montenegro, this is Ukraine. We also have Israel. I also guess it's in this project. We also have some Western Balkan countries. Usually we gather representatives from the countries which are present in the European higher education area. Next slide, please. This is our policies. We have 4 policies we work on usually. It's social dimension, which is usually focused on access to education and support to students. Public responsibility for education, so this means like the governance of education and its funding. Quality of education, which are usually structural reforms of academic affairs, quality assurance, student-centered learning, so those things which gathered us here. And also mobility and internationalization, also very important topic. Next slide. So this, I really like this map. It's taken from our research called Bologna with Students' Eyes. This is a research which we issue always before the ministerial conference of higher education area, and this map shows how the financial situation of student was changed during the financial crisis. So the answers are made by students unions in respective countries, and as we see here in almost all countries in Europe, the situation was changed. So this also shows how important it is to have students unions in countries which shall fight for students and its rights to funded education. Next slide, please. So our latest action is a global campaign which is called Fund Our Future. We would like to support students in the whole earth to fight for free education in their countries. If you know students in your countries which are not in ESU, please contact me because we will be very interested in contacting these unions. So next slide, please. So this was this very short introduction to ESU, and now I would like to speak a bit on ESGs 2015 from our point of view. So as we talked already about the ESGs, and Colin gave us a great introduction to ESGs, I would not talk about all of them, but just about one of them. So next slide, please. So the most important standard from the ESGs for us, for students, and standards for which ESU has been fighting for last couple of years is student-centered learning, also student-centered teaching and student-centered assessment. This is a new standard. It replaced an old one which talked mostly about assessment of students, and we are very happy that in ESGs now we have the whole standards which reflects the need of student-centered learning, teaching and assessment. We believe that through this standard, this approach will become a standard in all of European countries because it's very needed. And we are also very happy that finally the ministers who support the student-centered learning from almost beginning of Bologna process accepted this thing as the part of the ESGs. This is really very important. So how the standard says, institutions should ensure that programs are delivered in a way that encourages students to take an active role and creating learning process, and that the assessment of students reflects the approach. The most important part here, I guess, is active role of students, because this is usually the biggest problem. Because in most of countries, we have possibility for students to be involved in QA, in learning, in teaching, in assessment, but very often this is not an active role. And if it's not an active role, then it's not effective. So the most important for us is to encourage students and to give possibilities for students to enable them to work actively in quality assurance systems. Also, the student-centered learning, as it is said here in the standard, is everything. It's learning, teaching, and assessment. So it also tells us to remember about students in every single process we have at university. Next slide, please. As follows, after standard we have the guideline. The guideline gives us a lot of information on how we can implement or improve this standard, and it gives us like a lot of possibilities we can use at our universities, in our countries, which we can implement in legal systems, to which we can invite students. I will not read this standard because I guess it's very easy to find it, but I would like to only mention that what's very important here, that student-centered learning underlines diversity, different models, respects that students are very different, and sees that every student can have different needs, and only when we try to measure and answer for students' needs, which are very diverse, we can achieve really student-centered and good quality education. Next slide, please. So this is like the standard, the guideline, which follows. Here also, this is the part about assessment, which also is very important for us to follow the standards here. And it also tells us a lot of good practices, how we can use them at our universities. Next slide, please. Next slide, yeah. So, but to tell you more about student-centered learning, I would like to present how we can define and why is this that important. Because what I think I faced recently is that people are familiar with what student-centered learning is, because like now we discuss this topic quite often, but very often we are not able to define how we can implement it at our universities. What's actually quite easy. The next slide, please. So we faced a debate, like a huge debate, what's better? A learning process which is centered on teacher, or learning process which is centered on a student. So as we see here in these graphs, if we have a teacher-centered learning, all knowledge and experience comes only from a teacher, and then it's directed to students. But student-centered learning is a very holistic process, because in this process we use competences and all opportunities which are provided by teacher, but also by individual students. And we use all knowledge, all experience, all beliefs, all competences that all of them have. And only then we can make the learning process really very effective. Because in the first part, like in this teacher-centered learning, we can't make students to be active, to be actively involved in the learning process. And this is what we propose, to have students being actively involved in the whole learning process, and this can be ensured only by learning centered on students. Next slide. So this is the definition which is proposed by ESSO. What is student-centered learning? It's quite long, but also because the whole process is very complex process. So as it says, student-centered learning represents both a mindset and a culture within a given higher education institution, and is a learning approach which is broadly related to and supported by constructivist theories of learning. It's characterized by innovative methods of teaching which aim to promote learning in communication with teachers and other learners, and which take students seriously as active participants in their own learning, fostering transferable skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, and reflective thinking. So we can say like a lot of things about this definition, but it tells us the most important things, that this is actually, the whole process is like culture. It's like a culture of quality assurance. Also, we can have a culture of student-centered learning, which is actually a natural given process. Everybody reacts to that. So we have to have all stakeholders which accept this approach, and they also try to implement it. Very important part is to have innovative methods of teaching, which doesn't mean only that we have to use digitalization tools. We have to use, of course, we can use MOOCs or different digital tools, but also we can use innovative pedagogical methods in teaching. This is a very simple thing and very often forgotten, and students always have to be active participant in this process, because if they are active, they just learn more. Next slide. So what does it mean to have student-centered learning? So it's active, not passive learning. It's deep learning, and also it emphasizes understanding, which is maybe sounds quite obvious, but in teacher-centered learning, we may not check if students understand what they shall learn. Of course, responsibility and accountability of students is a very important part of that as well, because students feel responsible of their learning. They are not just come at university and receive knowledge. They have to plan it, and they have to take responsibility for that. Also, then students have some autonomy on what they plan and how they want to achieve that. And the teacher and learner relation is interdependent. So they both depend on each other, and they also treat each other as equals. What also is connected with the mutual respect between both teacher and the learner. The next slide. So how can we introduce student-centered learning? We have to try to define learning outcomes, which does not mean only that a program or a course shall have learning outcomes. We shall discuss learning outcomes with students. We shall provide students an explanation on what they will achieve after a course, and then try to assess the learning outcomes after the course is finished. Also, different learning styles and pedagogical methods, when are used, the course is more attractive for students, and it's also easier to learn it. It's of course like soft skills, so not only knowledge, but also creative thinking or problem solving. This thing also shall be taught, also by using normal courses on some part of knowledge. We also emphasize the need of recognition of prior learning, which is recognition of non-formal and informal education, through which we also get a lot of competences and qualifications, and we also shall try to measure these competences with students. And of course, feedback is needed, but I think we all know that. Next slide. So this learning pyramid shows why is it that important to try to have students being very active in the learning process. So as we see, students which are just receiving lectures, they receive much less knowledge as students which are more and more involved in learning process. Because if we try to combine all of them, then that's perfect, and that's the most effective process. So, who is involved in a student-centered learning? These are students who are partners of teachers. They know that they have to construct their development, knowledge. They have active role in their courses. They know what they want to achieve, and they are self-responsible for their future and their skills and competences. They are teachers who respect student-centered learning. They know that through this approach they can provide much more to students, and they try to prepare to these courses and try to respect students as much as they can. Also, higher education institutions which enable to students and teacher this kind of relationship, they promote and help this approach to be implemented. So, this is what I said before, that student-centered learning very often is on paper, but it's not in practice. Because it's very easy to introduce this kind of approach, which also not like one rule of law. It is like a lot of things, the whole culture. So we can't just say we introduce the student-centered learning, but we have to implement it like day by day in practice with every stakeholder in the higher education. Only then it might be effective. So I wanted to give you some examples of student-centered learning. So since I'm about to finish quite soon, we just go very briefly through them. So, for example, one of them is flexibility in choosing academic paths of students, what means that students would have more responsibility for their courses. They would know, they would be like self-responsible for their programs. It's also provided in some cases by possibility for students to build some part of their program. This thing tells about teacher and students being both in good communication. This is maybe easy thing as communication. It's like the word we use very often, but a good communication between teachers and students is very important. And learning outcomes, which are very often only on paper, shall be also discussed by both sides. Teachers have to know what students achieve, how they understand the learning outcomes, and then only the students can achieve them. Students also have to have an active role in assessing of the program, of the course. This thing also faced a lot of problems. I remember when in my country, in Poland, a couple of years ago, we tried to introduce this approach at some universities, and it faced a lot of obstacles because especially the academics, the teachers, were, maybe I wouldn't say afraid, but they weren't able to, like not all of them, but some of them weren't able to accept the situation that they can also be assessed by students. But this assessment is not only for assessment itself, it's for increasing capacity, on increasing quality of the course. So without assessment of students, we can't do it, because students are the receivers of the course. So only they can say if the course is relevant to the learning outcomes, if the methods provided by teacher are good or not. Higher education institutions also offering career guidance and some cancellation for students. It's also important because this also says about that institutions shall at least partly prepare students for the job market, because of course after institutions, students go into job market, and this is the last place where students can be advised with their competences, which are suitable for what kind of work, and where they would be able to find the best work with their competences and qualifications. Teachers, also, it would be, of course, a perfect situation when they try to adjust their pedagogical methods to the current students they have on their courses. Because different groups have different requirements, different needs, and also by feedback from students, they could change them in the context the student want to receive the knowledge, the competences. Yeah, appeal procedure. This is also a tricky thing because we have to ensure that appeal procedure is provided to students in the manner that teachers do not check their identity, that they feel safe and comfortable using this appeal procedure, because it's not also for hurting somebody or something, but sometimes students do not feel comfortable with using standard procedures, or they can't wait till procedures to be done, and we have to have the appeal procedure which shall be comfortable for everybody. Okay, next one. So recommendations. Recommendations are of course on your side, and I think I will talk with the next group on best recommendation for SCL. But the most important things, I guess, to remember is that everyone can do first step in implementation of SCL, because we can implement it sometimes even in the relation between student and a teacher, and it depends here on student, teacher, on institution. Everybody can start this process to take place. Sometimes I met in my life teachers who were the only teachers in the whole institutions using this approach, and they did it without support of the institution. But these small steps, they made the later culture. Just previously. We also need a lot of practice and not using one-size-fits-all solutions. So it means that checking needs and diversity of students, of receivers, of courses can sustain the program of institutions. Also, we have to remember that when we talk about the change, everybody wants to support it, but very hard moment is when we have to get changed, and we can't be afraid of that. We all, like we teachers, we students, and we institutions. And also we all need courage and creativity, of course. So the next slide is thank you.
Thank you very much. So what we are going to do now, before opening the floor to everybody to comment, we will have the two reactions or vision from the here countries. We will start with the case of Montenegro with Milos, and then we will continue with Nikolai. If you take 7 minutes each, 10 minutes each, then we have 7 minutes to discuss. If you take 7 minutes each, then we have 15 minutes to discuss. So up to you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues.
Sorry, speak close to the mic.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues from student organization, it's my pleasure to have opportunity to speak in front of you, and first of all, thank you for inviting me. I am here to represent the HERA team of Montenegro, and also as a president of the student parliament, University of Montenegro.
Sorry, your presentation needs to be uploaded.
I have presentation on Elizabeth's email. So,
sorry for this. 1 second, we will fix it.
I can give my laptop. No, but I can send you on stick.
If someone has a question right now, you have a question, please go ahead. Just to you.
In today's lecture, the only lecture I was able to hear it all from the beginning to the end is your lecture. The acoustic was very good. Now, concerning feedback, you said in student self-learning, feedback is required. Well, feedback is required from students in all types of learning. We need it. We need it for quality assurance purposes. So it's not only strictly limited to the student-centered learning. Now, as far as the curriculum is concerned, because you said students are to play an active role in assessing and developing the curriculum. Well, I speak out of an experience at my university. There is a curriculum committee where students are involved in it. They are one of the members in the curriculum committee. They assist, they do not play an active role. For example, if you've taken a course and this course is irrelevant or some material in it, you might put your opinion. So students are not supposed to play an active role in assessing and developing the curriculum. They are to provide their opinions according to which we have to assess or develop. So there are things with students, they are supposed to be involved. However, involvement is not that much to the extreme. You can give your opinion, then the doctors involved, the instructors are to take your opinion and develop or assess the curriculum. Students are not to play an active role in assessment. They are to provide their opinions according to which we develop.
Okay, just if we have, because it's a very interesting point, and probably your answer will be long, and we will have a debate on that. It would be actually very good if they can also take that comment when making the presentations, and then you will be the first one to answer, because basically you are pointing out the role of students in the whole process, and it would be good to listen the other students and give them the chance also to see, because from Adam will give you an European perspective, but I think your question would be very interesting to be answered from other from a non-European perspective as well. If the presentation is done, this is the quality culture that we have in here. If this is the presentation is running, it is okay. You have another USB? I don't have. Someone has a USB stick.
I can give you my laptop.
She has a USB stick. We are solving this right away.
We have many problems with my presentation.
You can take an answer to that question.
But it's a very complex. Someone else has a question, we can take another one, and then we can, okay, we have many. So we take them, we collect them while we put the presentation on, and then we'll see if they can be addressed as well.
Thank you very much for a very good presentation. My question is regarding career guidance and counseling services. Is that counseling services for students include psychological support? Because as far as I know, there is no psychological support included in the counseling services. And would the European Students' Union take in consideration that proposal to have psychological support for students that need it?
If you have a very short answer, because it's a very specific question.
Okay, so like the first question I will answer, of course, later with pleasure, because it's a very important one. The second is also, but I think the answer would be quicker. So, of course, counseling for students is very important, and in any way. And I didn't include in my presentation the whole policy we have on supporting, for example, underrepresented group of students, which are also like students with mental diseases, mental problems, also with students who need some psychological counseling. And these things are also very important. And as I know, for example, from my country, they are at some universities provided for students, and they are very popular and very, very important very often, because also the problems students have are not only with students, for students with mental problems, but students, for example, afraid of their competences, of using their competences, students afraid of going to the job market. And this kind of counseling, it should be also, if possible, provided by universities, because these are also some kind of competences which university can equip students with, and which are very important. So thank you.
Thank you very much. There's another question over there, but we will move. Okay, we will move right away so we don't miss more time. Sorry for this.
Finally, we are ready. So I'm representing here Student Parliament University of Montenegro, and first, only 2 sentences about Montenegro. So we are the country with less than 1 million people. To be precise, about 700,000 people lives in Montenegro. So this city is bigger than our whole country when we are talking about population, but the number of population is not the decisive factor when we play the sports. So Montenegro can beat Ukraine 4 years ago in October 2012 in soccer, in football, in Kiev. We are the country which is in the middle of process of European and Euro-Atlantic integration, and this year we celebrate 10 years of regaining independence. When we are talking about higher education is acquired at university and other higher education institutions, which can be established as public or private, and autonomy of university and also of faculty are guaranteed by constitution of our country and also by the law on higher education, which is adopted 2 years ago in October 2014. As you can see, we have one state university. I'm the student of master studies at Faculty of Political Science in Podgorica, which is capital of our country and also the university center of our country. And as you can see, we have 2 private universities and 10 faculties, which is independent from university. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, we have the new law on higher education, which is adopted 2 years ago in October 2014, and this new law is in accordance with the Bologna principles, and it's very important that students have better position by this law because almost at least 20% of students must be in everybody at the level of the country and also at the level of university and at the level of the faculties. So to be honest, without support of student representative is not possible to appoint deans, directors, not minister, but for the deans and directors, I'm sure that without support of students it's not possible. We have the Ministry of Education, which is responsible for higher education, and we also have a Ministry of Science as independence. Council for Higher Education is the most important body when we are talking about higher education. It is composed by 13 people, which is appointed by the government, and among the 13 members of this body, 2 members are students, one from state, our university, and one from private university. So, higher education, educational process in the higher education institutions is realized through academic and applied study programs. Now we have 3 cycles: undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral studies. What is specific in actual situation in Montenegro, and I think only Ukraine in European higher education area has the system of 4 cycles. So bachelor studies, specialist studies, master studies, and then doctoral studies. But from this academic year, we have only 3 cycles, like all other countries in Europe, and we don't have special cycles as we have until this year. ECTS is applied, and of course it's in Bologna principles. We have about 25,000 students at the higher education institutions in Montenegro, about 20,000 at the state university, which is composed of 19 university units. Student Parliament University of Montenegro is the main organization of students in our country, and is institutional representative body of students at the state university. Our student organization is founded 12 years ago by University of Montenegro, but we are independent of university, and we represent more than 20,000 students at the University of Montenegro. Only university is the legal entity in Montenegro, and the faculty, we have 19 faculty in university, at the level of the University of Montenegro. When we are talking about student organization, we have 24 members representing every faculty of the University of Montenegro, and our organization was established in accordance with the law on higher education and also on the statute of University of Montenegro, and we represent more than 80% students in Montenegro, and we are very proud with the fact that we are now the full member of European Students' Union from May this year, when we have the possibility to become the member of ESU in Bergen in Norway. At the state level, Student Parliament University of Montenegro is represented in Council of Higher Education, one member among 13 members of Council of Higher Education, National Higher Education Strategy Creating Team for the next 4 years, and also in working groups for drafting laws and other acts at the national level. When we are talking about university level, Student Parliament University of Montenegro is represented in Senate, in Executive Committee, Quality Assurance Committee, and also at the level of the councils at the faculty level. As I mentioned, at least 20%, and it's very important, and it's a big influence for students in all bodies. When we are talking about quality assurance, we have 3 levels. When we are talking about internal evaluation of the quality assurance, at the faculty levels, there are ad hoc and also the permanent bodies. In all bodies, students are involved, and it's very important to have possibility to make proposals, to be every day in this body, and to have monitoring on every process at the level of the faculty. When we are talking about quality assurance evaluation at the university level, the new body at the level of University of Montenegro is Quality Assurance Committee, and also this body is responsible for monitoring the quality of studies at bachelor studies, at master studies, and also for the PhD studies. When we are talking about state level, as I mentioned, Council for Higher Education is the most important body in our country, and it is responsible for evaluation. When we are talking about surveys, when we are talking about evaluation, about the quality of studies at the state university, the fact is that we have low response of students on quality assurance surveys. It depends on faculty units, but later I will speak about that. How to improve this involvement of international experts, of course, ideas from other countries and organizations such as European Students' Union, and of course recommendations from European Students' Union and other student organizations from other countries is very important for us. Here I will talk about prerequisite for successful quality assurance system. Establishment of National Quality Assurance Agency in Montenegro. We don't have National Quality Assurance Agency. In student organization, we think it's very important to have the National Quality Assurance Agency, but explanation is that we are not so big country to have independent and our National Quality Assurance Agency. It's better to think to establish regional quality assurance agency, because we are, as you can see, small country. It's very important to have approach more focused on students. Of course, better transparency of results, because from this academic year, results from surveys is opened, and everyone can see these results, not only the representative in the councils of the faculty or the student representatives in the Senate, but every student can see results of the surveys, and we have one survey per semester, so 2 surveys in one year. Raising involvement of students in the procedure, of course, is very important. Next slide, please.
If you can summarize, would be good, because we are running out of time.
Yes. We have electronic surveys in new concept introduced last year, and at every faculty we have a possibility to electronic surveys, which is very important for the students. Student turnout differs from one unit to another. I mentioned earlier that fact. When we are talking about faculty of law, faculty of economy, or faculty of political science, there are no problems with turnout, but there are faculties, for example, faculty for maths or for the drama, and on these university units, the turnout is not at level we want. Introduction of new rule book on studies, online database or surveys, result statistics available for every student. It's very important, and it was one of the things which is proposed by Student Parliament University of Montenegro, and of course it's important of transparency. At the end, proposals, introduction of obligation-free day at the faculties on the day the surveys are being filled in. We think it will help to have more students involved in surveys. Credits, 1 or 2 or 3 ECTS credit as a stimulation for better participation of students. Maybe one of the measures are earlier examinations period for students taking part in surveys, more proactive role of the Council for Higher Education, because currently there is no quality assurance criteria in accreditation and re-accreditation process, and also very important thing, students do not have voting right on accreditations issues. When we have new accreditation process, when we establish new faculty of new study programs, students doesn't have voting right. We have our representative in council, but this representative has no voting right about these issues. Trainings organized by relevant international institutions for Quality Assurance Council members at the units of the University of Montenegro, of course, it's a very important thing. And the last slide, we have some good examples. It's establishment of the Quality Assurance Center at the level of University of Montenegro. Without green light, without proposal of quality assurance centers at the University of Montenegro, is not possible to adopt master theses at the level of the faculty. So it's very important body when we are talking about dissertability, about the master thesis at the level of University of Montenegro. Of course, it's very important that now we have the Committee for Master Studies, which is a very important body when we are talking about monitoring the quality of the studies at the master level. And of course, now we have the Committee for PhD Studies, and when we are talking about PhD theses, now we have the committee at the level of the faculty, we have the council at the faculty, then we have at the level of university committee for PhD studies, then the councils for the human area of university, and then the Senate as the umbrella, as the most important body at the level of University of Montenegro. And there is need for establishing a body that will deal with bachelor studies, quality assurance control. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we move to the second person comment, actually. If you can be extremely sharp in pointing out the main issues, I will appreciate it.
Hello everyone, my name is Nikolai Login and I'm from Republic of Moldova. I'm the HERE representative and also I represent the Students Alliance of Moldova. I would like to present you a general overview on how the students are involved in quality assurance in the Republic of Moldova. During the last 4 years in Moldova has begun a lot of reforms on higher education system. In 2013, our university, they got their autonomy. In 2014, we got our new educational code. In 2015, the regulation for the Agency for Quality Assurance was approved and the agency started to work. And this year we are in the full process of changing things, how they are happening. But we, the students, we are not so proud of what is really happening. And you know that a generation of the students at their 20s, if they don't have anything to complain, that's a lost generation. And we also find something that to improve always. And we are not really satisfied on how the students gets in all the decisional making bodies, because they are all at every level. But the main issue on how they are elected, on how they get there. And I would like to present you a very short overview on how the students' participation in Moldova is. Because very specific for our country is that the students' participation is quite low and so weak. And during the last 5 years, there is an improvement, but not all the university, they have students' association or student self-government. And the Ministry of Education started to enforce them to create the students' self-governances, and they released a framework for them how to work and how to act, and they obliged all the university to create this student self-government. The students, by other part, they are not really engaged and involved in these processes because this is a trend probably of individualization, and they are thinking that this system is bad, but they cannot change it, and that will be at zero effect from their effort. And all the university, they tend that they have students self-governance. I, as a representative of the Erasmus community of experts, I try to assess how many of them they are still there and they are existing in reality, and only 27 of 31 university, they created these self-governments and they are very proud of them. But when I try to get in contact with every students' organization, only 14 of them, they are really working, the rest of them are still on paper. That means that the students' organizations, they are not really developed at the institutional, at the university level, and at the national level we have two big organizations which are representing students, another students' organization, two umbrella organizations. One of them is Students' Alliance of Moldova, which I am representing, and another one is another organization which mainly is focusing on cultural, on social events. But both organizations, they are not very well developed, because my impression is that the decisional makers and the public authorities, they didn't have the interest to have strong organizations, because at every elections they had a temptation to create another one which they can control and they can show that they are supporting their political ideology or another's. And if in other countries the ministry are very careful working with students' organization because they can be they can have political influence, in our country is the vice versa. We are not involved really well in the decision-making process because we don't have a political affiliation, and they do not accept us, and they do not really invite us to the consultations. I would like very briefly to talk about internal quality assurance and how students are involved in this process. During the last 3 years, I observed like an improvement on students' participation at the university level. That was also a demand from the Ministry of Education, because they asked the university to involve the students. But when I went to the universities together with the representative of the National Quality Assurance Agency, the students, they don't have an idea what that means, and they don't know that they are representing students in these decisional making bodies, and they are somehow promoting quality assurance. that means that the culture of quality assurance at the institutional level is very low. And one of the biggest problems in Moldova is that the students, they don't get elected or don't get delegated by other students, but they are picked by the authorities by different criteria. Probably the ones who get the best marks, or they have a good approach to the university administration, or another criteria. But we are still fighting and advocating for the fact that the students, which are representative of the students, they should be elected and they should be delegated by other students. And what is happening in the university, that the students which formally they are registered in this quality assurance structure, they don't have a connection with the majority of the students. They don't know exactly what is happening with the students. They don't participate in the student self-governances or students associations, and that somehow create a gap between what a student is doing there and what really is needed. And also, students in our country, they still have this fear of persecution if they give a negative feedback, or if they are involved and they say something that will be not so easy accepted by the university administration. And the students' collaboration with the national structure, the national umbrella organization, is also somehow is disrupted, because the umbrella organization represent just a few of these organizations. For example, Students Alliance of Moldova, we represent only 10 organizations from many other organizations, and other organizations represent another organization, another umbrella organization, because they are working only in the cultural field. What is happening on the student-centered learning in the Republic of Moldova? Because students are still perceived as the object of the learning process and not the subject. The students are not perceived as actors for a learning process, and the difference between students and teachers and professors is only the experience, but they are all involved into a learning process, and still students, they somehow get treated as consumers of this educational system and not full partners. And I have some statistic that will show that what is happening when the students, they are not really involved and consulted on the educational process. The students' dropout rate is about 21.2%. That means that the students, they don't know exactly what will happen when they enter into the university, and the university pack their offers in a manner to attract the students, because there is a fight for the students. We have a lot of university, but the number of the students is continually decreasing. And only 25% of the students, they get a job immediately after the graduation. That means that the soft skills and other skills that are required on the labor market, they are not well developed in the universities, and that creates these effects. And 50% of the young employed, they are underemployed. So that means they are doing something less they are capable of doing so. And students' involvement into the external quality assurance, as I mentioned, in 2014 was approved the regulation for the National Quality Assurance Agency, and we, the students' organizations, we were happy that they took an approach for involving the students' organization into the board of the quality assurance in these different commissions. But one day before the regulation went to the government, they changed it, and they changed the whole procedure, because the students now are selected by an open call, by different other criteria, and they don't take in account that student is involved in any structure or has some experience. Does he know or something about participation or quality assurance? And the situation that happened when we tried to discuss with the students representative from the board of the national agency, they said, I have my stuff there to do, you have your stuff, like we don't have any possibility of cooperation. That is happening at all the levels when the students are not delegated and the students' organization, they don't have their role in enhancing and assuring the quality in the universities. And until now, from 2015 when they opened the call, and until now, only 7 students from 80,000 students, they applied to be external evaluators. That means that the students don't know exactly what does it mean to be an external evaluator, how to be involved, and this mechanism of selecting students, we demonstrate them that is not so efficient, and maybe we can work on different directives or something, recommendation, how to improve students' union, collaboration and participation in quality assurance. That's it. I would like to be very short, and I'm absolutely open to respond to all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, we are actually out of time, but since we took a little bit of time by changing the slide, we will take up your answer, and 5 more minutes of discussion. We cut the coffee break for 7 minutes, and I think it's going to be enough.
Okay, so I'll try to be very quick. So answering the first question, which was made, as I understood the question, is the person who asked the question? Yes. So as I understood the question correctly, you asked about students' role in designing of programs and courses. How active shall it be? Yes. So do I understand correctly? Yeah. Okay. So I think the fact that student is not an equal decision maker does not mean that is not actively involved, because it also depends on, of course, on institution, its tradition, its procedures, and so on. But I think that here the most important is that students' opinions are taken into account, because if they are taken into account, they are actively involved actually, because they don't have to make a decision to make their decision have influence on the program.
Sorry, if you... Yeah, I know, but we are being streamed. That's why you need to speak on the microphone.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I said active role, I mean, just to put it straight, active role by giving their opinions, because you're not a decision maker. So you can't say active role in developing and assessing. You don't assess, you don't develop. You have an active role in providing your opinion according to which the instructors, the professors are supposed to develop. I'm just commenting on the sentence. Definitely your role is very active. That's why you are, as a student, included in this committee. However, you don't assess, but you give an opinion which is very important, very valuable, because we need students to give us the feedback according to which we do enhancement. That's what quality assurance is about, to enhance whenever there is a problem. So since you are our customer, we need to enhance for your sake. Adjustment is just the opinion, not the actual involvement in the process of development and assessment. That's it.
Yeah, of course. Like here I can agree, just except the fact that students are not consumers of education. I wouldn't say this word.
Customers.
Sorry? Customers. Are not customers as well. Like
No. For higher institution, you are our customers and you are our product.
I wouldn't.
And stakeholders later on as well.
Yeah, but consumer is it gives like this background of some economics on some commodification, and I wouldn't say it's like a proper relation between students and institutions. But just wording, sorry.
Is there any other reaction on the table? If not, we will move to the next. There's a question over there. I would also like to underline that in our opinion, students are part of the higher education community, not just receivers, let's say. They have a role. Wording sometimes is important. Second,
yes, just I wanted to say how much I have appreciated the intervention of Adam about student-centered learning. And
No, it's okay, but
It's okay, yes. And I think that he have showed in a very deep and interesting way the strong and intimate articulation between the quality assurance principles contained in the ESG and the learning outcome culture, or approche par compétence in French, or I don't know how you call it in English. Anyway, the learning outcome culture. I think that you have showed all the components of these new pedagogical paradigm. And I think that here also you raised a very important question, the question of the need for a change, a cultural change. We are in a way of a cultural change, a change of mentalities, of approaches, of representations, of what is a university teacher, a university student, a representation of knowledge. And here it raises two questions, I think, that could be maybe more deeply treated in another meeting, maybe. The question of teachers' enhancement in order to change these representations and mentalities and practices for this new paradigm, and also maybe the need for new professions in higher education institutions in order to have people to pilot, to accompany this change, to train these university teacher, to train, support, coach, accompany these institutions, and to coordinate also all these components of quality assurance in universities. So I think that you have pointed all the components of this new principle in the 2015 US ESG, and you have raised all these new needs, I think, in higher education institutions to train teachers and also to have new professions, new functions in higher education universities in order to pilot these changes.
if you can answer in 3 minutes, so we have the
Of
chance
course,
to-
like very shortly. So thank you for this very positive approach. I'm very happy with that. And regarding teaching, like, you know, I'm representing a students organization, and this is what we do. We provide trainings for students on student-centered learning. And actually, I think that, for example, like in my country, in Poland, ESO is an honor institution which is responsible for spreading a concept of SCL. And we are doing it with students, but we can't do it with teachers. And teachers shall be trained by their organization. It's also like responsibility of higher education institutions to provide students training enough to be familiar with this not only expression, but also with tools how they can introduce student-centered learning. It's also said in the ESGs. It's not only learning, but also teaching, which is student-centered. And I hope that when we are developing and increasing our involvement in SCL, also institutions will appreciate and respect and also provide their teachers enough trainings. And maybe like having like new professions on that, I wouldn't say it would be possible. It would be better if like the current institutions, current bodies would be able to measure and to train teachers on how to use it and how to implement it. Then it would be great.
We have the last two comments. The gentleman here, first our Egyptian colleague, and then the last comment in the back of the room.
Thank you. I would like to thank our colleagues, students, for their presentations. I'm proud of them. I agree with colleagues who have been warning us, if our university doesn't change, we are going to extinguish like what happened to dinosaurs. We are teaching the same way for 200 years or 300 years ago. We are not changing our way while the world is changing. Our students are changing, they are different. But the problem is we are really facing real problems. And I hope that any colleague of us would give us examples. What Adam listed is still, again, it is on paper. I want to hear a real application of student-centered learning. For example, for mass education, if you have a class of 500 and more students, how would you allow students to develop their own learning path? Something like that. And when we're speaking about the job market, are we speaking about the job market today or the future? local or international? And what about MOOCs today? Some employers doesn't need all what we are teaching our students for 4 or 5 years. They are really contented with certain skills, and they are ready to employ their employers if they have this sort of knowledge and skills, which they can gain using MOOCs in maximum 2 years. Thank you.
So I will try to answer. I didn't hear everything very properly, so correct me if I'm not saying, if I'm not answering the correct question. So as I understood, you want me to answer on how student-centered learning can be developed in this country, such traditional approach to learning and teaching. Yes. Yeah. Just expression. Yeah. So I would just. So I'll just comment it very shortly. It's of course the student-centered learning concept was created in the Western European countries, which have different conditions for education than and different financial possibilities than a lot of countries. And also not in every country this is implemented, introduced in the same way. Every country has to implement it according to its culture, its traditions of learning, and it's not hard. It's hard and it's not easy. But anyways, student-centered learning doesn't mean that we have to resign from everything what we achieved till now, but we can just adjust our traditions, our habits in learning to this new concept. And I guess any kind of teaching can be somehow adjusted. Thank you.
Do you have any comment? Any comment from your side? No? We move to the last one.
Hi. I'd like actually to move from your answer to my friend from Lebanon about having like more active role for students in curriculum development, and you sort of redefined that as a student being taken into account more. In some experience at my university, when we tried to involve students more, senior students, bachelor, 5th year engineering students, and in specific courses like senior design, we faced some cases where there's actually conflict among the students themselves. So we didn't get like some students were leaning more toward ease of things, students were focusing on assessment, on contents, and there was contradiction. You cannot satisfy those. So I would like to know from your experience and your union and as students representatives, have you faced cases like this where you have had conflict between students, and how could you manage to resolve that if you could, like just voting or extra measures? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is the thing. What you're talking about is quite often a problem, that students are not a united group thinking in the same way. Very often there is a lot of concepts in a group of students, or how they want to learn, how they want to assess, how they want to get feedback. And you will never find one tool which will fit all expectations. Of course not. This is why we emphasize this concept of diversity of student groups. And the problem with this, what you're saying, is also that students are also not prepared for student-centered learning in terms of knowledge, in terms of awareness, in terms of responsibility. All stakeholders have to be prepared for that. And this is why also we try to train students on how they shall in the responsible way demand student-centered learning, because they also have to be involved, they have to be responsible, they also have to have some accountability. So how can you, for example, when you have different approaches of students, how can you measure that? How can you solve that? The best way, of course, is if students can divide themselves, for example, into groups which are not divided with the condition of what time this group has classes, or on which day the classes take place, which is usual, but for example on what is their preferred pedagogical method, or what is their preferred assessment, because then they can agree and they can try to gather themselves to require that thing. And it's not easy, of course, but they also shall try to solve these problems within with their representatives. I guess every student's community has their representatives, and if they elect some representatives, they have to try to solve them. Because if, for example, we have a teacher and 100 students in a class, you'll not get along, because you have too many people, you are one, and you'll not find a solution. So they have to have their representation, and then they will try to have some solutions, and then you can talk with the representation. This is also why we have to have active student representatives, because only they can be good conductors between teacher and students in this organizational ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it was an interesting panel, and some interesting things came out. So we'll take a little bit more of discussion in the breakouts that are going to happen just immediately after the coffee break. For your information, there are indications outside. All of you have signed up this paper with your name, and you have you have selected one of the topics of the groups. The groups are going to take place in 3 different rooms. This is, if I am not wrong, but please check with the indications outside, Group 1, Group 2 is going to be over there, and Group 3 that way. If I am wrong, please, just in case, ask some of the colleagues outside, because I might be wrong. So, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, we will figure that out, because you need the percentage. But anyway, we have a short coffee break. At 5:05, we'll start the groups. Thank you very much.
Before you run away, we are not reconvening in this room again. So just to alert you to the dinner plans, you have in your program the address of the dinner this evening. It's at the Hotel Denister. You have there the address. It is very close to this building, actually. The dinner is an official dinner. You are all invited. We would like to thank our hosts for organizing this dinner. And the dinner will be at 7:30. Correct. That's correct. 7:30. Once again, if you have any further questions on that, you can also approach the organizers out front. Please be punctual for the working groups, because we only have an hour. Thank you. Yeah. Excuse me?
¿Sabes los grupos vos dónde son cada uno?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
¿Sabes estos grupos 1?
Sorry, what's the question?
Sí, 1 acá, 3 allá. Okay, just one more piece of information. Group 1 is gonna take place here. Group 2 is gonna take place over there, and Group 3 over there. If I said that before, I was right. If not, I was wrong.
So, 1 hour. Oh my, only. Okay. So we have to start now, and I will ask you to change places, because this distribution of people doesn't help our discussions to be better. So I will ask you to change places to this round of chairs in the end of the room, and I'm inviting you there, and we will get to know each other better. Okay, so we have more or less everybody. So my name is Adam, and I hope that you already know me. So I'm pleasure to chairing this this discussion. So hello, and this is Daria, and Daria will be our reporter, and I will ask Daria to introduce herself a bit.
Good afternoon. No, already good evening. My name is Daria. I'm the master student from the Republic of Belarus of Minsk State Linguistic University, and I'm also member of HERE team in Belarus. Thank you.
Okay, so before we start introduction, I would like to mix you a bit.